I'd like to thank the sponsors of this event, Sentiva, being also present here in one of the panels by the CEO, and also FPA. But of course, those participating in the different debates have many different backgrounds, angles, interests to represent, and that's also what you need for a healthy public debate about any topic, including health. For now, I want to introduce to you our keynote speaker. We're very happy to have you here as Deputy Secretary, Deputy Director General, yes, not yet, for Health and Food Safety, Lorena Boix Alonso. Well, actually, I just leave the floor to you. I'm not going to say anything about what you're going to say, also because I'm going to listen, and then we're also going to catch up for a little interview afterwards. Thanks so much. So please welcome, and I'll sit there and leave this place for you.
And this is warm indeed, so if you allow
already,
me.
Yes, of course. Which one do you want? Yeah.
Very intimate indeed. I will probably even
Yes.
take out some of my clothes. So, good afternoon, and thank you for being here despite the nice weather outside. Thank you for organizing and in particular for choosing the subject. I'm not going to go much into the details of what we are doing because I see like that all my favorite directors are here except one, so I have three. Two of them are here. So I'm sure that they will develop on what I say. I think I'm going to more talk a little bit about some reflections. I've been appointed quite recently, I would say. I'm quite new in DG Santé, 11 months almost right now. And I was appointed precisely at the moment of the transition to the new commission. So I believe that I have quite an objective view of what has been done in the past. I was not there, I can see it. And in particular, about the impact that what has been done in the past is having on what we need to address now in the future in this new commission. And in fact, we are not even half a year into the new commission, and so much has happened that we have this tendency to look at, okay, how do we deal with what is right now on the table? And I think that at least in the field of health, to explain how ready we are or not to address the challenges ahead, we need to look at the foundations that we built in the previous commission. And this is precisely the European Health Union, where 5 years ago, it looked to everybody like a concept, a vague concept, but today it's something very, very concrete, what we have. And something interesting to, at least for me, as a newcomer, reflect upon is that the European Health Union was built in the context of a crisis. It was built in the context of the COVID-19 crisis. And this means that we created tools to be ready for a crisis. And as I will try to develop later, this is very handy these days. And we started indeed reinforcing what today we see we really need, our agencies, EMA, ECDC, we created a new DG, HERA. We reinforced the Health Security Committee. So in terms of preparedness for a crisis, we set the tools. We also adopted the proposal for pharma reform, and in particular looking very much into the single market and ensuring equal and affordable access to medicines for everyone. But also we built the foundations of digital health. It's when we adopted the e-health data space. And I want to say that this is the e-health data space also somehow benefited of the context of the COVID-19, because precisely during COVID-19, we realized how much we are dependent on data when we need to handle a crisis. Health data, but not only health data, and not only to inform the decisions of public authorities, but also to discover a vaccine in record time, for example. So I think that these very much inform the adoption of the e-health data space. I would say that even the European Beating Cancer Plan was very much, to an extent, addressing the consequences on cancer care after COVID. So we built this European Health Union. I will now go into international because otherwise we spend much more time, but the EU Global Health Strategy was also in the same context. Now, when we look at today at the new Commission, I was rereading this morning the political guidelines of von der Leyen that were adopted almost a year ago. And she was defining the context in which the new Commission starts as a context of anxiety, of adversity, of uncertainty. And we are only 6 months into the next Commission, and I think we can all say that she was right when she was forecasting this situation. But as I was saying before, precisely the fact that the European Health Union was built also in a period of anxiety, which was COVID-19, means that it was giving us the tools to deal with what can happen in the future. And precisely because of this context, the new Commission has highlighted very much 2 priorities. One is competitiveness, and I would say competitiveness / innovation / digital, because you see the important element of innovation and digital in bringing this competitiveness, but also security. And I think that health is at the core of both, and that the European Health Union is giving us the tool to manage both. If we start with health security, indeed, I mentioned before what were the tools that we were given, including our reinforced health security committee. Now, it is true that many people are reading the regulation on cross-border health threats as something very much for pandemics, but it is agnostic. It is agnostic, and I think that we can indeed think of health crises that are triggered by a health issue like a virus, but whatever conflict can trigger, unfortunately, a health crisis or can have an impact on the provision of healthcare. So having the tools to deal with this is extremely important, and this is why health is very important in this security priority. It is important in the preparedness unit strategy, in the internal security strategy that were built on the basis of the Ninisto report on European civil and military preparedness and readiness. And as I say, we have the tools, now we need a plan. And that's what we are preparing right now. We are preparing the Union Prevention, Preparedness and Response Plan for health. And this will come later this year. You will see it will be a very pragmatic, operational piece of paper. It's not with flowers, it's about who does what, how do we organize ourselves. And as I was saying before, it's to be applicable indeed for cross-border threats to health, but also when the crisis comes from, can it be climate change, antimicrobial resistance, or also intentional scenarios like terrorism or even large-scale combat operations. This can be applicable to everything. If we move into competitiveness, which is the other big priority, I was mentioning the pharma reform before. I will not go much into the details. I see Rainer is there. We will be talking, and also I think we need to respect a little bit the process that is ongoing right now in Council But when we talk about the pharma package, very often everybody is talking about protection and the incentives and all that. But there is a whole part of this package which is so much competitiveness. It's probably less sexy. It doesn't make your headlines in Euractiv probably, but it is very important, and we badly need it, and we need it now, which is the whole part about simplification. We are talking about the need for reducing regulatory burden for industry. Yes, it is true. We need it. And we have a whole package of measures in this reform that go precisely in that direction, in reducing timelines, in regulatory sandboxes, in simplification of the committee structure of the European Medicines Agency. There are plenty of things there that really go into the objective of competitiveness. When we look at shortages, we have a lot already in the pharma proposal, but we have gone within the first 100 days with a legislative proposal that is very complementary to those provisions of the pharma package dealing with shortages, which is the Critical Medicines Act. And this was necessary because the pharma package is dealing very much with shortages from the point of view of while they are going or to try to avoid that this happen. But the Critical Medicines Act is more of an industrial policy instrument trying to deal with the matter at the source. So trying to deal with critical shortages to avoid the vulnerabilities in the supply chain on a structural way so that we fix the issue. And I think that the fact that we came with this proposal in the first 100 days is also a sign of that we want to go in that direction. There are a number of things also in the health sector that go very much into this agenda of competitiveness, the reform of the medical devices legislation, of course, but also biotech. Many were surprised to see the Biotech Act in the mission letter of our Commissioner for Health. I don't see why this surprise when you see that 80% of the biotech value comes from precisely the health sector. So I think it's quite normal. It doesn't mean that the other sectors don't need to be tackled, of course, and that's what will happen. But I think it's quite normal that the emphasis was put there, because it's one of the most economically productive industries in the European Union. With, in terms of gross value added, growing over the double than the EU total economy. And it is going beyond surpassing certain sectors that we are always looking like, oof, this is the big sector, like finance, ICT, or even automotive. So it is a key sector also for employment, and this is why in the field of health, we don't look only at this economic aspect. We are looking about the huge potential that biotech can have for the patients in terms of drugs, in terms of preventive care, in terms of everything that can really focus on the patient, personalized medicine. So we look at it from that angle, but if you ask me what it can do for competitiveness, that here you have huge sector, and so we will be coming next year with a legislative proposal with plenty of elements that of course should include regulatory simplification, but we are identifying a number of other issues like access to capital, access to AI computing capacity. So I think there are a lot of angles of the biotech that we will need to deal with. And let me finish with digital. That is something that you see very prominently in the whole Commission agenda, but in particular in the health agenda. So, as I was saying before, we build the foundation with the e-health data space. Now is implementation time. It is challenging, but we are getting there. And we have to get there, because if we want really competitiveness, the e-health data space is creating such a huge competitive advantage to the European Union. It's a unique framework that nobody else has. It is really the envy of many of our third countries. So I think that implementation will be key. And we have an excellent team. I see Marco there that will deal with it. And I'm going to leave it there because I'm sure we will have the time now to go a little bit beyond this. But my message was that one. I mean, health is at the core of the new Commission priorities, not only as always, but also in terms of security and competitiveness. So that was my message. Thank you very much.
Please take one of the seats.
Yeah.
Yes. Drink some water.
Yes.
I think I need to use. Oh, this is better, no? Better with, right? Yes. Thanks so much for this introduction and the keynote. I think you touched upon many of the topics that will be discussed in the different sessions to come. So let's try and feed the discussion a bit more with a few questions going over it. You talked a lot about competitiveness. We'll come to that in a minute. But also you mentioned security at the beginning. So let's start with that. I think in this room you might have many people. You don't have to explain how health and security and preparedness for crisis, including health crises, are crucial, and the link is evident. However, when you talk to a wider audience, and I imagine also within commission structures or already in other institutional environment, security is often more or less linked to defense in the very first place right now. And of course, on a philosophical and a very practical level, it's very combinable. However, in practice, there's always, I think, also a competition there between resources and priority lists. So how do you explain, or how do you convince those who think of defense in the very first place when you talk security instead of health? How do you keep that high on the agenda then?
I think that it's naturally in the agenda. Because security, it's true that often we talk about health security, as I was saying before, like thinking of a pandemic. But I mean, let's not be dramatic, but imagine, I mean, whatever war situation, and you don't need to go there, I mean, whatever, I mean, terrorist attack, CBRN, I mean, this is a huge, huge concern, where that are not triggered by a virus, but will have an impact on the health. And I think that after COVID, we realized what this means to be without workforce for whatever type of need you have of that workforce, if I am explaining myself correctly. So I think that it is impossible to have, for example, a security plan of preparedness if you don't deal with health aspect, because you may have people that are wounded, you may have need to control what's the capacity of your hospitals at a given point in time of a conflict. So it's naturally part of it. In fact, hospitals and laboratories are critical entities. So in regulatory terms, they have to be protected. And this is why then, of course, there are plenty of other aspects that come into security, whether it's biosecurity or even disinformation, that we know it's part of all the security plans. We have seen with COVID how health situations are misused in this type of crisis. So I think that there are plenty of angles, and I think this is why you see more and more cooperation between the civil and the military. Only in the Health Security Committee we have created a technical group precisely to deal with cooperation between civil and military, because it is necessary in a crisis situation.
Okay. Maybe just to follow up very shortly on this is sincerely not a cynical question, but would you then say that the very fact that crisis, but also well, the legacy and the memory of the health crisis with COVID, but also wars, imminent threats, etc., are actually helping to create a more European environment, a health union for Europe. It's not a cynical question, but in the sense that it's in the minds.
Well, I don't know if helping is the word, because help sounds always like something very positive, but it's creating awareness for sure. I think that the awareness is there, and we saw the example recently, and I think we just need not to forget it. We need not to forget what was COVID, and we need to anticipate other type of crises where health will be or might be heavily impacted.
Yeah. Okay, then let's go to the other part, the competitiveness part. And you touched upon many of the topics in the program relating to competitiveness. But maybe let's start with a very practical one. I don't know, do you hear?
Yeah, I don't know if it's me. There's
okay.
making noise, I don't know what it is. Yes, probably that one.
Is it possible to turn this one off?
That will be a question for
Otherwise we put it.
people in the back. Okay. So competitiveness is partly linked about the whole discussion about the pharma industry, the strength of it in Europe, which might be, this is diagnosed as the cause. I didn't have the right microphone. Is that true? Okay, it's still a bit the same, I think. Yeah. Sorry. I'll try to do my best with a little bit of choreography. The competitiveness, the strength of the pharmaceutical industry, and one topic that is much discussed, debated, is the quickness of procedures here in Europe. In the US, once the FDA approval is obtained, pharma companies launch within a year. In Europe, this can vary hugely from a few months to 4 years or much more. So what can Europe do actually, or what's on your agenda to do to ensure European innovation is available for all the member states at the same time?
At the same time? Okay. I think that the issue of access to medicines everywhere in the European Union was already extremely high on the agenda of the past Commission, and it remains very high on the agenda of this Commission, because we have the problem there. I mean, for as long as the problem remains, this has to remain a priority. Now, I think that access to medicines is something that doesn't depend only on regulatory issues. Yeah. It is true that most of the innovative medicines in the European Union receive a central marketing authorization, which means that technically they could be everywhere, even at the same time. Now we all know that there are decisions of the companies that are commercial decisions on where and when to put the medicines, and these decisions are based on plenty of aspects that include the size of the market, the distribution network, the pricing, indeed. So this is why it's a complex issue. Now, we have tried to deal with it, as you know, in the context of our pharma package, and it is, and it's normal, very, very debated. So we are doing something on it, but right now it's being debated, so I cannot tell you what will be the outcome of those debates. For us, what is really very important is that a solution is found. But also, I think we continue to do things. When you look at the Critical Medicines Act, there is an aspect also when you talk about collaborative procurement among member states, like creating a larger demand for other certain type of medicines, even if they are not critical. that also tries to help in that direction. So I want to say that we are still working on it. Yeah.
But does this mean that you're saying in the end it's up to the companies? It's not something that a European Union can provide answers to as long as you stay on the regulatory aspect.
No, as I said, there is an aspect that depends on the companies, and there are ways where you can indeed, and we try with the pharma package to create incentives for those decisions to go in one direction. So that's a way you can also try to act as we have done for the Critical Medicines Act, more on the demand side. So of course there are things we can and try to do, and that we are trying to do and to fix. Yeah.
By the way, on that point, before we go to the Critical Medicine Act, one often debated aspect of the still new Commission is the much observed change in tone, being more open to the business sector, and do you recognize this? And how does this affect the healthcare and pharma in this mandate?
It is true that we often hear, oh, okay, this commission is about business, I think that we need to rephrase that statement. This commission, as I was saying before, is very much about competitiveness. Competitiveness, and in particular in the health sector, is not only about business. Yeah. Of course, business play a very important role in competitiveness, in particular in the health sector. And I was saying in my opening remarks, of course, the pharma sector is a very important one. The medical devices, biotech, so certainly very important for competitiveness, but competitiveness is not only about creating growth, but it's also about controlling your costs and even avoiding cost. So from a health point of view, I mean, what was the cost of a pandemic? Can you have a competitive economy if you have a pandemic? I mean, you cannot, and we saw it. So you need to deal with that if you want to deal with competitiveness as well. Look at not only pandemia, what is the cost of non-communicable diseases in our societies? Well, I can tell you, in the field of cardiovascular, we are being told is more than 280 million per year. For cancer, we are talking about similar figures. And I'm only talking money, because we should be talking, of course, first about all the lives that are being lost. But these, you cannot have a competitive economy if you need to bear the cost annually of these diseases. And the bad news is that when you see how society is evolving and longevity and the pressure on the workforce, this cost is going to increase. So you cannot deal with competitiveness if you don't deal with this. And I would say another thing, you need innovation to have competitiveness. And innovation, of course, can come from industry, but not only. Innovation can come from the public sector. And should come from it should come from hospitals. So I think that there are a lot of players in competitiveness that are not only the business.
Yes. Well, actually, this was also my next question about innovation, because indeed, innovation is, of course, an important topic here. And in the health sector, we do see that apart from public infrastructure and public authorities working and companies, there's also research, very important. There seems to be an opportunity to get more researchers to Europe, because the infrastructure somewhere else in the world is deteriorating somewhat. Do you have plans?
Listen, I think that to attract innovation, we are doing plenty of things. I mentioned already before the e-health data space. I think this is a very good element to attract innovation to the European Union, because as I was saying, it's unique. It's dealing with the three main problems that we have today with respect to data, which is basically that it is fragmented, that it is not of good quality, and that it's in the hands of a few big ones. We have a different model a different model that brings the quality, that brings the access, and brings the access to all. And this is very attractive not only for the public sector, but also for companies, including for the small companies. So I think that is something very attractive. And I think in the field of AI, we are doing a lot as well to make the European Union something very attractive. This comes a lot from my previous DG, everything that we are doing in terms of AI factories, access to supercomputing capacities. I mean, the AI factories that were announced by the colleagues from DG Connect, I mean, you have a few that are dealing with health. So I think that all this is very conducive to attract innovation in the European Union.
Yeah. Would you see tech indeed as, from medical devices to health data spaces and everything between, as one domain where the European Union could really stand out when bigger?
Absolutely. I think that we have all the elements to make this much bigger. And I would say it's not only to ensure innovation for the sake of it, but innovation for the sake of the patient. I think that there is no way out. We need digital, we need data, we need AI in the health sector. We badly need it for all purposes. And if we don't deal with it, we will be behind, again, not only from the competitiveness point of view, but to better treat our patients.
With your background in tech policy, in your previous roles, what's the most astonishing or surprising for you difference between the way tech is debated in the health sector? Is there a difference?
It is, no, there is a difference. I think that one of the differences is that in the health sector, you always have the patient in mind. You always have him or her there. And that makes the use of technology something not only like a nice to have, but a must have. Because when you see the difference of using AI models, for example, for I don't know, for mammographies, for cancer, and you see the difference of when you use those tools, how, I mean, the difference of how quickly and targeted you can identify things that are escaping the human eye, you immediately realize this has to happen. So that's one of the things. I think that another thing that makes a difference is that it is not a sector that naturally was used to deal with digital, to be digitized, and that makes the need to have a targeted approach. You cannot say, okay, this is digital, apply it to health. No, you need to know very well the health sector and how it works and how it can absorb or not digitization to deal with it. So I think that this is why, by the way, we have a whole directorate in DigiSante dealing with digital and health, because it's very, very, very specific. Yeah,
I'd like to a lot of more questions about this specific, very interesting topic, and also the other topics, but we have a whole program around it this afternoon. So I'll ask you just one last question before we switch to the next, the first panel. I'll give you something. The Critical Medicines Act will become a big success. It will work. It's a scenario, I'm not predicting here anything. So my question is, and you are to define what is the effect that patients, people within Europe will feel of a very successful Critical Medicines Act. What's the criterion of success here?
I'm going to say something very, very simple. Very simple, which is, I think that we all remember in the winter 22-23, when we had this peak of respiratory infections, and we were lacking antibiotics. And this was felt by every citizen. I mean, it is something very, very, very tangible. It will be a success if this does not happen again. Yeah. That is a success for me of the Critical Medicines Act.
That's also a high bar.
it's feasible.
Okay.
Rainer will manage.
Promise noted. Okay. This for so far for the introduction. Very much also thank you very much for all your insights, your time. I'm sure that it will play a role in every session, although you have to leave at a given moment, not far from now. So thanks very much again, and applause for the keynote speaker. Thanks again. And we're going to the first panel led by Anna Gumbau. So please come here and introduce your panel members. It is on the EU pharmaceutical legislation, so fair access, as discussed, to medicines. Please, thanks.
Thank you very much, René. I don't know if is it on? Oh. Hello, I think you can hear me like that now. We're having a bit of a microphone. The gods of microphones are not really on our side today. But anyway, we're going to make it work somehow. All right, so as very kindly welcomed by René, my name is Anna Gumbau. I'm one of the moderators within Euractiv's roster of event moderators. I am really happy to be part of this health policy conference. We're going to have 2 panel discussions ahead. Then we're going to have a little coffee break, and then we will move to the next 2 panel discussions moderated by my colleague Nicole Verbeek. And we're going to be starting with this first one under the topic EU pharmaceutical legislation, ensuring fair access to medicines for all. We're going to be tackling some of the questions that we briefly discussed already with Lorena Boix in terms of how can policies balance innovation, affordability, competitiveness, public health needs, and the sustainability requirements. This panel, by the way, is supported by Zentiva. We're very grateful for the support for today's event, and we're going to be hearing from them very shortly. And even though we're just going to have about a bit less than an hour of discussion, you will also have the chance to ask questions. Those of you joining here in Brussels, you're going to have a little piece of paper with a QR code that's going to lead you to Slido. Otherwise, it's slido.com, and using the hashtag health. And those of you joining us online, you can also connect to ask your questions. So let me start by introducing the panelists. I will introduce them one-on-one. So I would like you to welcome each one of them with a big round of applause. Let me start by welcoming the Director for Medical Products and Innovation at the European Commission's DG Santé, Rainer Becker. Welcome. Rainer, you can join me on this side. We have the Member of the European Parliament and Vice Chair at the Sant Committee, Stine Bosse. Welcome. Stine, over here. Also with us is a Member of the European Parliament and a Member of the Sant Committee, Ondrej Notek. Welcome. Over here. And also joining us is the CEO at Zentiva, Stefan Zaltofte. Welcome. Glad I wasn't wearing my dress today. Anyway, so in order to get the discussion started and in order to set the scene, I would like to ask each one of our panelists to give a first round of statements, to give their kind of first big message and big idea that you want the audience to get out of this discussion. And I would like to ask, as soon as you're ready, Rainer Becker to kick us off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna, and hello to everyone. Thanks for having me here. I think I have to pick up on what was said before, the change of tone remark, because I think there's one message I really would leave as a kickoff message with you. I don't know, change of tone, I think Lorena, readjusted a little bit. I took responsibility for these files. This is one, but also other ones in the area of medicines, medical devices, and a year and a half ago. And I can tell you that the need to have competitive markets, the need for innovation and to do everything to have a really strong capacity to innovate in Europe, it has not changed on the 1st of December with the office taking of a new commission. So it was very, very high, a very high priority already way before. And it remained. I mean, I'm thinking of medical devices, I'm thinking about the pharma package, I'm thinking about clinical trials. I think it is something that has always been strongly on the mind. And but these days, of course, there's a lot of attention on the need to really have the capacity to innovate, to be competitive, to have a competitive life sciences sector in Europe, and rightly so. I think Professor Draghi, President von der Leyen, they were spot on in their analysis. This must be the key priority. But if you look at and Lorena made the point before, if you look at the pharma package, it has, and it always had, many important elements, and a key objective was really to foster, enhance competitiveness in Europe. I think it's the assessment times, it's the sandboxes to really facilitate the groundbreaking innovations, the facilitation for SMEs. It is the structure of the EMA. I think Lorena gave a few more examples. It's the use of data. Really, we need this legislation. Subject of this panel is almost a generation old, more than 20 years. We need rules, a regulatory framework that is fit for the digital age, that is fit for the biotech age. So the key importance and priority objective we always had with the pharma package was competitiveness. But I'm really glad that you also have other important objectives recalled here in the theme of this panel, because we do need the competitiveness, but there were other objectives. I mean, the AAAs, amongst them, access is one issue. Here you talk about the fair access to medicines for all. In our European Health Union, it is very difficult to explain that it depends on where you live as a European citizen, whether you have a fair chance of accessing the medication, the innovative treatment that has been authorized centrally by the European Medicines Agency. And it may depend on where you live, whether you actually have any real chance of getting access to that. That must be and remain also a central objective. And I'm really glad to see that what the Parliament's position after the first reading, and also the text is currently being discussed in Council. I will not go into details for obvious reasons, but I'm really happy to see that those key objectives that were laid out in the Pharma Strategy 2020 already, but also then are the pillars of the Pharma proposal, the Pharma reform proposal, competitiveness, innovation, the AAAs, that they are still present. Maybe further evolved in different shapes and colors, but what you see in these texts, and they evolve further in different emphasis, but the objectives, we all seem to share them. And that honestly just makes me very happy, because there are far too important objectives to lose along the way. Maybe just because there's some eruptions and signals coming from Mar-a-Lago. I think we are, I mean, I said, this is a generation we have had with this regulatory framework. Let's hope that the next reform doesn't take another generation, but it's sure that this is a regulatory framework that needs to be there for the years to come, and it needs to really set us on the right track for all those important objectives.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reiner Becker, for this opening words. I think it gives a very encouraging message and a very strong message to start with and kick us in this discussion. Now, MEP Stine Bosse, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. No, I think we are indeed facing pivotal time for the European Union. And I think there's just one question we need to ask ourselves, and then some of the answers are actually sort of flowing out there. Would we like to see ourselves with a pharmaceutical industry, pharmaceutical position in the world, like what we have seen with digital? Or do we acknowledge that we have actually a possibility to really keep up with having a strong position, and even a stronger position looking into the future? That is, for me, the simple question. And I ask this question not on behalf of the pharmaceutical sector. They might like it. But I ask it on behalf of European citizens. Because without a strong pharmaceutical sector, also with a strong position of production here in Europe, we will be facing huge problems as we look into the future. So for me, the issues at stake here go absolutely hand in hand. So is that the solution, is just to say just the pharmaceutical sector strong, then we're done? Of course not. Then comes the details, and then comes, of course, the way that we distribute, the way that we appreciate new medicines and so on. And also here we have a strong position if we want to see it. Look at what's happening in the US. We might as well talk about it because it's part of the room anyway. You see a US weakening the FDA. You see a US withdrawing from the WHO. This is a call for us. This is a call for us to strengthen our EMA, to strengthen our total position, and for me, and that's where I think the difficulties might lie, for me it's also a call to all nations to see that only by building up stronger together can we actually think about a strong position as Europe. We cannot, and this goes for my country as well, we cannot sit in Northern Europe and say, okay, we don't really worry about the fact that, it was Bulgaria that were completely out of access to penicillin for 6 months. Well, we're sorry for them, but that's none of our business. Of course, it is our business. And this we have to realize. With all the pieces of legislations that we put in place, it's all part of our business. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Stine Bosse, also for this, I think, very, very strong message in terms that in the competitiveness and patients' access to medicine that really go hand in hand at the end of the day. Mr. Knotek, what would you like to add?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, apparently, yes. I fully echo what has been said, and what I like to add, I'm very pleased that the healthcare and access to medicines and treatments has become a topic more and more in last mandate, and of course continues in the new mandate. And the lessons learned taken from COVID and the new global situations simply even push other element. This is the security topic. So now we talk more about autonomy, or at least open autonomy, which is of course very fine. On the other side, let's imagine that we have this sustainability of the healthcare systems, the competitiveness of the pharma sector and the related business. It has basically 3 pillars, and not all 3 pillars are going the same direction. The one which is mainly discussed in this panel and this conference today, this is what we can do under the scope of health, or DG Sante, the Sant Committee, full committee of the European Parliament. We are happy to have the full committee. And we have done already a lot. Many things have been mentioned. The IMA has been reinforced. We have EHDS. We have ERA. We have already the substances of human origin legislation. We are on the half with the pharma package. We have Critical Medicines Act and Biotech on the way. We have the EHDS. All this is going somehow good direction. But we must be also ready to listen carefully to patients' organizations and to the businesses that we want to maintain here as well. So if, for example, with the HTA, we have already some signals that not everything was very well legislated, we must be ready to do changes. And of course, doing with all possible legislations, and of course, with the new tools to come, we must be ready to listen as well. Second pillar, which we don't have in our hands here, this is the fact that member states are responsible for healthcare. So often, or at least part of the competitiveness and sustainability is within the hands of member states. And they have to do their part of homework. Of course, EU can help to find the balance between competing of member states. We need to have more flexibility in the state aid, for example, but of course there are always some member states that can be always more richer than the others. So this is the third aspect, second aspect, and the third, not less important, maybe even most important, paradoxically. There are some other priorities of the EU which go completely against the interest of having affordable medicines here. I remember at the end of the last mandate, we have been negotiating the urban wastewater treatment directive, which, if it is fully implemented, and the Commission wants to focus on implementation, of course, not only in health, but also in DG Climate, DG Envy, and whatever DGs, then we could get to situations that more than 50% of the production of the pharmaceuticals in Europe could be put at stake. So we must be also very careful and very listen. If we, for example, are very ambitious in terms of health, but at the same time we are ambitious in terms of something related, for example, to Green Deal, take this just as an example, then if we do not manage properly, we can get into a situation that we maybe will fulfill one goal here, but we will create complete disaster in the healthcare system, for example. And now we are talking about healthcare, so of course we must protect the healthcare. So these are the three aspects that we need to take in consideration, and the equation in order to have a good result, all three aspects must be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ondřej Kunotek, bringing already some points for discussion for the panel. I'm already looking forward for the reactions from my panelists. Before that, I would like to give the floor to the CEO of Zentiva, Stefan Zaltofte, some opening words to set the scene for us.
No, thanks a lot, Anna. It's hard not to start the conversation already, Ondřej. You teed it up well. But maybe a little bit of perspective from an industry angle, right? So Zentiva is a pan-European pharma platform primarily focused on generics. So there are three messages here that I would love to get across and that are really important. And I think all three have mentioned that. One is accessibility. Now, healthcare is not sort of a privilege, it's a right. And I think that's what we all have to work for in Europe. And we really have to support that. As us as a single company, we touch more than 100 million patients a year. And it's quite significant. You have an industry where sort of generics is 70% of European healthcare. You won't have a healthcare system without that. So for us, that's message number one. I think message number two, which is encouraging to hear from the right side of me here today as well, is around accessibility in terms of where do you have the European sustainable manufacturing apparatus, right? So we see a lot of European manufacturing moving out of Europe. That's not helpful for us, and I think we need to support that. I think Ondřej talks a lot about the urban wastewater. I cannot miss that opportunity to talk about it as well, right? Because if you continue to implement that, you will not have European manufacturing. It's such a big disconnect between what was initially said and what is now coming up, how it wants to be implemented and so on. So I think we have to look at that as well. And then the last piece, which I think Stine was mentioning, was around modernization of the healthcare system. For me, this is critical. We are talking about pricing and reimbursement rules that are 35 years old. This doesn't work, right? We've just gone through COVID. We've gone through several inflationary activities. We are talking about urban wastewater. So with one hand, we are saying we want to have healthcare prosper, and we want to establish that. We want to make sure patients get their medicine, whether you are in Portugal or in Czech Republic or in Germany or in Denmark. But on the other hand, we continue to regulate. So it's very, very difficult for us to sort of push out medicine. So I think those are three takeaways from our side.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Mr. Zaltofte. I think I have several follow-up questions for each one of you, definitely. But I would also like to remind the audience that we have just about half an hour of discussion, really. These mini panels go by really fast. So if you have any questions, this is the moment to already put them on Slido. Remember slido.com and use the hashtag health. Otherwise, there's a QR code under your seats, or those of you joining online, I think you'll get also in the screen the code to pose the questions. Tackling quickly the question around the pricing mechanism, my understanding is that at the end of the day, this is also, as Mr. Kunotek mentioned, a national competence, right? So, which leeway is there to potentially reform that? I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. Yeah,
I can definitely start that out. For me, it doesn't really matter if it's national or on the commission level, right? It has to work together in one. And you know, the EU can see a lot of activities in other areas where they also have national perspectives. But if we are not lifting that, the consequences of not having access to medicine is there. I'll give you an example from sort of everyday life. Our headquarters in Czech Republic, right? We're very close to Andrei, we are in Prague. I'm selling life-saving medicines at 0.17 euros a dose. 0.17 euro a dose. And that's regulated. It can only go one way, and that's down. A Starbucks coffee in Prague, if you go to a nice place, is 3 euros. And that's not regulated. So if you cannot understand that if you continue to drive pricing or hidden pricing elements in terms of urban wastewater taxes or other activities, we will see what we have been talking about, which is the unfortunate thing: medicines will leave Europe. Not only production, but you will be seeing products leaving Europe. And I think there needs to be, whether that is on a central level or whether that is decentral, there needs to be a strong conversation around pricing.
I think Stine Bosse wanted to react.
Yeah, I do think, obviously, that there is this ongoing pricing debate, but I do also think that sometimes we have to look at what can we do. Where can we actually change perspectives and hinders? And I want to say that what we are receiving later this week about the single market and making sure that the single market also for pharmaceuticals works completely different in the future is one of the things that we actually can do. And then I also think that we have to be sure of all the regulations that we put on top of all suppliers, making sure that, for example, labeling can be changed. All these, it sounds as if it's small things, but I know for sure it is a big thing if you work pan borders. And here we have to start to see ourselves more like the US, less like, nation by nation. That was my main message to you earlier. And I do think this is one of the areas where we can really boost everything, and including loosening up the ties that are right now on how we look at pricing. It is difficult, and what I'm going to say now is not necessarily popular everywhere, but I think, for example, regarding the wastewater, yes, we have to fix the wastewater. Somebody has to fix the wastewater, otherwise we have other problems. And we cannot sort of shuffle problems around, we have to fix them where they are. But remember what I said originally, we have to make sure that we have a strong and competitive pharmaceutical sector, both the generic and the non-generic. And that includes that there has to be a margin so that you're able to pay whatever it costs for these things. So this is part of it. You have to look at it as an ecosystem that we strengthen, but we also say that there are areas where, don't call it burdens, call it a natural piece of being European, that we actually clean up what we're doing as well, and we price it. It has to be priced.
Reiner, is there something that you wanted to add? I saw you nodding before, so I don't know if there's something in particular you wanted to react.
Do you want me to react on the urban wastewater? No, I was nodding, I think, at several places the last time when you emphasized really that we do need, as I think I was saying that earlier, and maybe it's my past in DG competition, we do need competitiveness, we do need competitive markets, and I think the contribution from the generic sector there is very important. So we don't only, when we talk about competitiveness and conditions to really have a flourishing sector, for me, I always think also of the generic part, which is whatever in terms of quantification, but you're very sizable in terms of part of the economic activity, but also contribution to healthcare systems. So that was the last time I was noting. Now you won't get me to take a position on the file that is led by another DG. What I can say on the topic, though, several things: affordability and availability, and also the need to have a reasonable margin, because if there is no reasonable margin, I cannot expect any businessman or businesswoman to stay in business, which then leads me directly to questions about availability of medicines, and especially in the context of critical medicines, of which the generics are having a major part. So it is something that is very much on our radar, and of course we are, the Commission, we may be different DGs, but we are in close contact, and that is certainly a topic, but that's a discussion we're having internally. I think the Commissioner for Health has said a few things recently, and I don't think there is anything I could or should be adding more. I think I must have been nodding there as well, Stine. You're talking about the European, so to stop this nation-state perspective. We are where we are in terms of we are not one federation. We are the European Union with its supranational construction, and we have divided competences. So we will not overnight turn into the United States, which one authorization, and even there, it's not one pricing reimbursement decision either. So it's not always as glorious when we get the comparisons. But still, I couldn't agree more that I think the more we can think really in terms of the single market, there's so much we benefit there. There is a health union, at least in the growing and in the making. It may not be completed yet. And pharma package, look at it, multi-country packs. CMA, Lorena pointed to that, the possibilities where the Commission volunteered, listen, we help you more, organize regional cooperation in purchasing. And then I think to really also then to bundle demand, I think definitely the more we can look above our parochial national borders, there's the competence for health in the organizational health system is a national competence, and nobody wants to touch on that. So really to be clear about that. But I think together we are stronger. It's as simple as that. And shortages and management shortages and crises are not the only occasion. Also in peace times, there's a lot of truth in that.
Thank you. I'm curious if you can hear me now. No. All right then. But thank you very much, Rainer, for the reactions. I don't know if Ondrej Gnotek wants to add something to what we have been discussing so far, and then Stefan Zlatofte.
Maybe just shortly. The situation is problematic in that matter that if you have inflation, we have seen the peak with the prices of energies. Every baker can immediately introduce these changes in the cost and the price, but of course not the pharma sector, and this is complication. And of course, we as European Union we cannot create pressure on member states to pay more, but what we can do is the two pillars which I have mentioned, and this is reduce the burden in the pharma aspects, reduce the costs through our pharma legislations, whatever it means, and of course reduce parallel costs with the circular I mentioned. And this is exactly for example costs of energy, partially. Of course, only partially, but it is also European climate policy, which is a little bit different than the other parts of the world, and it creates in some parts of Europe simply high costs of energies. And of course, it's not only electricity. To produce the medicine, you need mixing, you need warming. It's simply energy-intensive process. So we must do our homework in European Union, and it's not maybe directly linked with how much the member states will pay. But we can do that. Second part of the homework is investments. We have some European tools to invest. And of course, we need to introduce modern methods of financing. And of course, we pay for innovations. I mean, infrastructure is also needed. But innovations are not only about new molecules. It could be also about new production technology, which at the end reduces the costs for production, and maybe our molecule produced in Europe will not be as cheap as from Southeast Asia. That will perhaps never happen. But as I said, there is this security aspect. So at certain way, we need to, if we want to maintain our level of life, always pay a little bit more than if the molecule is produced in cheaper states. This is clear. But we have to contribute to the fact that if we produce here something what is innovative, we must be able to launch the technology. With the development, last point in this answer, is motivation of payments for advanced therapies. For example, the cell and gene therapies. This is something, and transformative therapies. This is something where more Europe makes sense, because simply it's not possible that facultative hospital in one capital can just pay 10 treatments within 3 months, because the one treatment is for 2 million euro, for example. It's not possible. So we need more European cooperation, cross-border approach, and be able to put money into health, also into development, and so on. But if we look on what all is the EU budget spent, maybe we would be surprised, but that would be for a different topic.
Thank you. I would like to first ask for Stefan Zlatofte for a reaction, and then I can get Stina to react, and then I move on to the next question. Please.
No, sure. For me, it's not all about pricing and reimbursement and reference pricing and so on, right? there are other things that we can do which are tangible. I mean, I really like the approach Stina has around solidarity, and we have to open up. But we are running through a lot of regulations that are coming our way, right? So we have stockpiling. So if you look at stockpiling in Germany and France, as a producer, you have to live up to that. Now, if everybody lives up to that, I take the capacity away from other countries. There won't be medicines, there won't be enough capacity available to bring in medicines to other countries, right? That's one. The other one, which is, for me, I still haven't figured it out, but maybe someone here can help me today, it's a bit counterintuitive, right? All the stockpiling has to be on a national basis. Everybody has single leaflets. We're all talking about sustainability, not cutting trees and all of this. Why are we not creating digital leaflets that we can move around? I think that's something the EU and the Commission can sort of quickly address and make sure happens. Because today, if I have to build it, it doesn't get used, I have to throw it away. So not only do I throw away medicines, I also throw away all the leaflets, all the packaging, all of this that I've used, and I can't send it to another country that might need it. It's just prohibited at the moment. So it's not all about, I mean, I love to talk about pricing, I can do that from now to Christmas. The same around urban wastewater, because I think that really just hampers our industry completely. But there are things that just, you know, because it's maybe hold on a national level and to some extent at the EU level, doesn't sort of work through, right? So I think we have to look at it holistically for Europe.
Ms. Boix and Mr. Becker, both of you very briefly, because we need to move on.
I'll make it very short. No, first of all, I just wanted to say on the advanced therapies, I mean, this is such a wonderful showcase, and you also said it, and I want to recognize that, you know, this is something that we cannot develop country by country. It's like looking at rare diseases. You know, we cannot solve this problem, but we can do it together. And here comes in the must for us as lawmakers to make sure that this really elevates on the agenda. Also because this is the new groundbreaking therapies. These are the therapies that are going to show that what we're doing today is going to be completely crazy, just hopefully 10, 20 years from now. And then I just wanted to say on the stockpiling, because I spoke with a lot of you, and this is also where it really becomes a little bit ridiculous. It's much more expensive to do it country by country. It's probably even not possible. That's back to also solving the rare diseases. This is also something we must try and do better together. And here I want to quote the Commissioner for Budget. I'm on the Budget Committee, and he was there talking to a blend of MEPs and nation politicians. And he said, the years to come will show us that everything we can do better and cheaper together will have to happen.
Thank you. René, anything else?
Very quickly, because there are a few points I wanted to react. Electronic leaflets, pharma reform, that's the place. It's not so easy because the granny who may then have to look on something electronically, or a pharmacist who has to print something for the granny, don't share your enthusiasm, but it is definitely something that, I'm with you on that, but just to give you a bit of the feeling of the discussions we're having. No, we're trying to solve it. Also quickly, advanced therapies, absolutely stronger together, and maybe only together, centers of excellence. Yes. Think Biotech Act. I think one of the things, and I think we'll be going forward having further discussions on that. That's exactly why I think the idea is there and the commitment is there to have a Biotech Act. And I stop there. I could say a lot on contingency stocks. That's precisely why in the Critical Medicines Act, to avoid that if country X says we need 12 months of stocks, and that this is immediately then emptying the stocks in the neighboring countries, while we have the principle of solidarity, upfront information. So if you can adjust, that's fine. Then you don't have to empty the neighboring countries. And also, solidarity as a principle.
Because right now, everyone waking up? So René, also to follow up on this, because at the end of the day, since we are talking about the need for support and innovation, as well as ensuring affordability and access, then what is a well-balanced system of incentives? How would that look like in practice? What can you tell us about that?
I think you said the key word, well-balanced. So to operate, to function as an incentive, you need to have something which is sufficiently targeted, with a clear message what is to be incentivized. It needs to be sufficiently sizable, significant, because otherwise if it doesn't attract anyone. So, and it needs to be predictable. And I'm not going into discussions that are taking place as we speak in other fora, and possibly also tomorrow. But maybe I leave an inspiration for your slide or some questions to you. So, as I just said, incentives, if they are to steer business decisions way upstream, incentivize investments, there must be a clear message and they must be reliable. So predictability is there. Is it not predictable? Is it not in the control, under the control of a given company, if one says certain incentive is conditional, that you also carry out some clinical trials in Europe? Is that putting at stake, in danger, the predictability? Is it not predictable if there is a conditionality saying, if you file with the FDA, don't come too late, not later than X month, and file with the EMA? We know that China is just introducing new rules, which is exactly doing that, forcing a early filing. So do we become the third part of the world where new medicines are being launched? So just as a question, I think we do need predictable incentives, and there's a lot of discussion. I really don't want to get into there. I just wanted to leave it with you as a question, and I'm happy to discuss further.
Maybe as our business representative here, maybe Stefan Zaltofte would want to add have their say on like how do we balance indeed this system of incentives.
I tend to agree with Reiner on this one, but I think from an industry perspective, I mean, there's other elements that we can do, right? There are European funds. I think we have to come back to the fundamental. What is it we're trying to solve for, right? And let me use an example on manufacturing. Do we want manufacturing in Europe or not, right? Do we want the supply agility in Europe or not? Do we want to be able to do what we did through COVID, which was essentially sustaining the entire European health system by making sure we had product availability and so on and so forth? I think that's the question. If so, some of that funding have to go in directly and indirectly of building, maintaining, supporting, encouraging manufacturing, but also new therapies, new setups and so on. But it also has to go into what I said before, regulatory environments, pricing environments, all the things we don't like so much to talk about, but they're really difficult to change. I think there's also needs to be some incentives to make it easier for businesses to actually operate in Europe. And we are happy to sort of participate in the sustainability agenda and all these kind of things. So here I see a lot of opportunity for us to be aligned.
We shall basically decide whether we want to maintain the development and production based on patients and businesses and research centers, which are basically mainly private or mostly private, or whether we want to end up in something which in democratical world I would call European Airbus in pharmaceutical production, or even more that the country I'm coming from with its past, like most planned economy. So of course, if we want to set rules and conditions for what is motivating, we need to ask. And I had the feeling that in the previous years it was kind of, and I don't mean it wrong, but it was an approach and habit of the Commission as such that experts put something on table, of course, with some consultations and said, this is good for you guys from business and patients organizations. And when the feedback was not so much positive, the answer was basically, oh yeah, come on, it's good for you. And so I think if the global competition is clear, if we want to, and here I somehow go, produce here in Europe, then we must listen and very careful about what conditions could help. And for example, here I like the idea which, to my understanding, is about to come to the new antibiotics, which is the push and pull system. That simply we have some molecules, some medicines that we want to have in Europe. We consider them critical, and everyone who tries in Europe has some access to support, whatever it is. It's a longer discussion. And when it reaches certain moment, certain stage, which gives kind, promising chance of success, then through milestones to get through payments. Of course, for young companies and small companies, startups, we have been always talking about, and I think this is still not in practice, kind of a one-stop shop at the level of EMA for those young teams that want to succeed and of course go through all this burden, bureaucracy. You call it simplification, but I better call bureaucracy, the bureaucratization through a small team, small company, kind of a garage company that has few members, few scientists. It's much more difficult than to large corporates that at least have their teams for regulatory affairs. Of course, both are needed. So it must be sized according to the needs of those who we want to attract. The question is, are we doing that? And in the package, I'm not fully convinced yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And by the way, since you were discussing the question of global competition, there is one of the questions that says, how does the proposed pharma legislation plan to address the innovation investment gap between the EU and other regions like the US and China? So I don't know if maybe that's something that our panelists will want to react. I think Stina Boix is ready.
Yeah, that was my call, because that was actually what I wanted to talk into. I totally agree. And this was also why I said we need to think about how do we tear down barriers between countries. Today you have the approval of the EMA, and if you're a small company, that's good news. And then you start country by country, you know, are we able to distribute? Are we able to being recognized? And so this we have to change. We have to have a solid, well-functioning single market. And I hope we will get there soon. And then we have to have a well-functioning capital markets union, because that's the next hurdle. That is the funding side of it, with especially the small companies are really suffering. And you see it, we have all the universities. And as we were told earlier by DG, the thing is, we have the knowledge. We have the base because we have a solid common healthcare system, public health care system. So this is our asset. And that, of course, is used by a lot of brilliant people in universities, and they might get the first round of funding. They might be helped by a dad or an uncle or somebody else by the second round, and then they've had it. Then they can't raise the capital, and then they're off to the US. So we have to also think about the capital side of this, because that is very, very necessary for success, especially when you talk about startups and scale-ups.
I think first and foremost, you need the regulatory framework, the conditions to do business. I think your question initially was about the incentives, but I think before we talk about incentives, we really must have a regulatory framework that is conducive to investment, to innovation, and supportive. There's already today an SME office at the European Medicines Agency. The pharma package, the proposal, there are new ideas, new proposals, also when it comes to fee, proactive support. So couldn't agree more. Absolutely, we do need to support. By the way, in a different world, the same applies to medical devices. We do need to support those innovative companies that we have actually in large number in Europe. So the conditions on the regulatory side. On top of that, you're totally right, Stine, to mention funding. I could add to that also skills. I think that is certainly something. Could just go through the chapter as I would imagine now if I had to draw it tomorrow, the Biotech Act, and I think all those things, what I'm getting at is, so the conditions, there can be incentives next to AMR and the voucher. I would also maybe point to orphans. When I said earlier we need targeted incentives, you can get 9+ market exclusivity in the pharma package for bringing a solution for orphans. So I think this is all very important, but on top of that, if we can do something, this is about industrial policy, and if we can proactively, and I'm thinking the Critical Medicines Act maybe for the generic side of things, maybe addressing a fraction, but I think really for the future of the life sciences sector, I personally would expect a lot from the Biotech Act, because that is really, these are, I think, cell and gene, I mean, these are many of the future technologies, looking at multiple computing capacity, AI, the really making good use. We do have a real potential for competitive advantage with the European health data space, but we need to grasp that opportunity and make the best out of it.
Let us first hear from Stefan Zatoft and Henri Noordijk, and then I give back the floor to Stine Bosse.
Yeah, I think it's just one point here, Rainer, that just when you do this, it's hard not to agree with you on some of these points, right? But don't split the innovative biotech sector from the generic sector. It's one healthcare system. So when you look at European healthcare, I mean, 70% of volume coming out of generics, right? And of course, you need the innovation, but you can't continue to have monopolies running around as well for a long time. It's not affordable and it's not access. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying, please do keep the two together, because one creates and accelerates the innovation, and the other one is the foundation and the sustainability of the healthcare system, right? And so let's not split it up in sort of biotech, rare, and so on. I mean, those are therapeutic areas, but you have an umbrella that is healthcare, and healthcare is demanded across that, plus some of the other activities we've said.
I have advantage as a Czech MEP that we in our country we have generic companies, but as well innovators. So when there was this negotiation on the pharma package in the European Parliament, I was trying to find balance in all the amendments and so on, compared to, for example, colleagues from Denmark. That was much more complicated because they were basically on the one side, and really the message at the end from the both areas was very identical. We are, if the things go ahead as they used to go up to now, we will not be able to open new projects, new assets, new employments in Europe. The other way around, we are very close to closing and moving either to US or to the Southeast Asia. So simply, whatever we do, we must be sure that it is acceptable by those two parties. And of course, there are some issues among them, and something that generics needs is not always acceptable for the innovators and so on. And both sides have nice arguments, and I'm pretty sure that we here in the Brussels bubble and also those two parts will be able to find a very well and acceptable landing zone. These guys have the same issue. They are deciding whether they stay in Europe, and they must do decisions now in order to produce in a few years. It's not about the fact that they are deciding about the production tomorrow. They are already now deciding about the productions which will happen next years. So we must be very careful and really listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stine Bosse?
No, I just wanted immediately to come back on the Danish question, and that was exactly why I said originally this goes for the citizens' point of view, but it also goes for the different sectors within the pharmaceutical sector, that we have to look at this on a total level, obviously. But what I just wanted also to comment on was your remarks on the incentives and how we design the incentives. I was listening to some investors, and this was also like, first round, second round, third round investors. And what they got across to me was that we also have to look out that it doesn't become too complicated and it doesn't become too gray zone, and they're like, no, we don't really understand it, and are we sure which round are we in here, and how does this really work when it boils down to really getting the right acceptance at the end of the day. So I really think that when we design this, we also have to be listening in carefully on where that actually also creates some hinders.
Thank you. And Rainer, please.
Totally. Couldn't agree more, because I think the investors, if it's about the upfront investment, and we're also discussing, I agree. Stefan, you also make it really hard for me to disagree with you. Maybe two things. I do think of biosimilars and the important contribution they make to society and healthcare, also for the Biotech Act. And I would really not rule out that we could address issues in the Biotech Act. It has the label Biotech, but they may cut wider than Biotech. If we are to look a little bit into clinical research, how clinical trials function, and if one were to make some improvements there, I would see it very difficult to say this, and this only applies to biomedicines and chemical medicines will not benefit. So I think just if that's in any way of comfort, when I talk with the Biotech, that is really the big industrial policy initiative that is a priority for this Commission. But I think there is a lot more in than just the advanced therapy. Bless you.
Thanks. So I think also seeing that there is quite a consensus, no? That I think it's a good sign if it's hard for a policymaker to not disagree with the industry. So I think that's a good sign. I would like to wrap up this first panel with perhaps some final message. Like, what is, based on this discussion, the one message that you would like the audience to get out when they're going to be leaving the room at the end of the day? Maybe we can start the other way around. Start with you, Mr. Zaltofte, and then all the way back to Reiner Baker.
Thanks. I'll do it super short, right? So for me, the one message I want everyone to leave the room with is healthcare is for everyone. It's a right, it's not a privilege.
Mr. Knotek?
We are in the unique times when we have new tools now in Europe, new tools to come as well. So let's polish them to be as useful as possible, and of course we shall not forget on the patients. Thank you.
Yeah, let's take the position that we actually should have in the world regarding health and healthcare in a broader sense. And that starts with recognizing that we really must make sure that our strong pharmaceutical industries, all included, are not left in the areas of what we see today with digital. We need strong pharmaceutical sectors, and we do that in the benefit of our citizens.
Thank you. And Reiner Baker.
Absolutely, a strong, flourishing, competitive life sciences sector in the interest of patients' health systems. So that means a competitive legal framework, balanced and in the spirit of the health union solidarity.
Thank you very much. We discussed plenty of topics. Indeed, the sustainability aspect, how the different pieces of legislation fit together, the access to medicine and how we balance it with research and innovation. Competitiveness was really at the heart. There's going to be a panel at the end of the day fully focused on that. But as Lorena Boix also mentioned before, the two go hand in hand at the end of the day. So we had to also bring this discussion to this panel. So thank you very much to Reiner Baker, to Stine Bosse, to Ondrik Knotek, and Stefan Zaltofte for joining us in this discussion. And thanks a lot to Zentiva also for supporting this discussion. If I can ask for a big round of applause for our panelists, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think this has been a great discussion to kickstart our health policy conference. So if I can slowly ask everyone to take back the seat, and I'm going to be shortly introducing the next speakers in our panel. And this time we're going to be looking in depth into the digitalization side and the question of AI and health, and how do we realize the full potential. Artificial intelligence, I don't have much to tell you, has unlocked new avenues for health research, for medical innovations, to enable also faster diagnosis. And to fully leverage these advantages, we have the European health data space, which also René Boerland mentioned before. Like, there's really a strong possibilities, and there's so much that we can get out of the European health data space. It has so much potential to unlock the necessary innovations in this field. So we're going to try to untangle all these topics and also the challenges that we still need to overcome. So I would like to welcome once again one-on-one by speakers that are going to be joining me here on stage. Oh, the tables are a little bit all over the place. Let me just quickly fix it up. And I would like to start by welcoming indeed the Director for Digital EU for Health and Health Systems Modernization at the European Commission, DG Santé, Marco Marcella. Welcome. Also joining us, I don't think I see him on the front row, but I hope that he is with us, is the member of the European Parliament, a member of the Sant Committee at the European Parliament, Nicolás González Casares. Do We don't have him. All right. Well, hopefully he will join us later on here on the stage today. Thanks. Super. So in the meantime, let me introduce the other one of the speakers that are going to be joining us here, the Senior Advisor at the World Health Organization Europe, Willy Palm. Welcome. And this panel discussion will have pretty much the same structure as we had before. I will start with giving each one of you the round of opening statements and set the scene a little bit for the discussion. Then I have a few questions prepared for you, but then we would like to answer as many questions as possible from the audience. Keep them. So yeah, you're gonna have Slido for it. It's the same code. It's slido.com, and then the hashtag is health. Otherwise, the hashtag code will be appearing somewhere in the screen, especially for those of you joining online. Just please, make sure that the questions are relevant and within the topics that we are discussing. And then, let's get the discussion started while we wait for Mr. Casares to hopefully join us here very shortly as well. If I may start with you, Marco Marcella, we just heard before Lorena Boix talking about the potential of the European health data spaces, and I would like to also give you the floor to open a little bit and set the scene on what are your thoughts on that?
Well, first, I think I should thank you for the invitation, and also to include this item in the agenda of discussions on health and health policies. It's quite timely. I guess that I don't need to focus too much on where do we see the benefits, because you can read it everywhere. We do know what's coming, but I would like to stress three words which, in my opinion, they depict the situations that we are now. Let's say AI and the digital technologies that are attached to it, we know that there is potential because they will bring precision, they will bring efficiencies, and they will bring insights. And I guess that especially the part on insights has been also leveraged in the previous discussions in the previous panels. When you want to get, decisions out of data, you will need to have a tool that mediates. Now, either it's human or it's technological. That is what we are after. Now, so unlocking the power in these three dimensions, precisions, efficiencies, and insights, does require an approach that covers from research to innovation to large-scale deployment, an approach that takes, let's say, a holistic approach. I know that we do like to use holistic, but in this case, that is the case. And it is the case because, we are bound to move from not only scientifically sound and robust technological solutions, what we need, it is technological solutions that are ethically acceptable, that are safe, and that are scalable for our health systems. And I underline these elements because, the challenge that you may see in the first part of this value chain from research to innovation actually weights the same when it comes to deployment. They are different, but, they are not less challenging, and we know that. And, what are we doing? It's clearly that there is consensus in developing technological solutions with AI that is trustworthy. It's clear that we are prioritizing safety, we are prioritizing privacy, we are prioritizing transparency when it comes to the development of technological solutions which have AI at its core. But at the same time, we do also want to avoid that these technological solutions, they create new disparities. And this is, again, part of this holistic approach, So, if I may, I would say that in this flow from research prototypes to solutions in the market and post-market surveillance, let's say there are these elements that in trust, in transparency that we are already working on. Certainly we will continue working on the accountability of these technological solutions. But at the end of the day, what needs to be created is an environment that is conducive to innovation, again, from this holistic point of view. And if we do start from that point, from that, let's say, starting point, then having the right data to train the AI, not only for building technological solutions, but also to ensure equity in these technological solutions, so addressing the ethical values of data within AI, it is paramount. And that is the contributions that you will get from the European Health Data Space, because, and if I may, it's not only the European Health Data Space, it is this combined, let's say, sets of legislations that, in my opinion, constitutes a conducive legislative environment. Because we have on one side the foundations of new technological solution, which is based on data that are opened up by the European Data Space. On the top of it, you do have a European AI Act that lays the foundations to create technological solutions that are safe and are trustworthy. By the way, let me stress the fact that, the demand of this technological solution, it is also spurred by the trust that we manage to put in these technological solutions, not to be undermined. So I think that what I want to, as my message, is that we do have an environment, we are building an environment, legislative environment, which is conducive. I think that for some of these aspects, we are pioneers in the world. We have already done that pioneer work some years ago. I think that we will continue, and I am very honored to be part of that journey. Over to you.
Hello? No. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Marcella, for these introductory words. We just have Mr. González Casares, who has just joined us on stage. Maybe we can let you breathe for a moment, or are you ready to jump in?
I'm ready.
Super. So we were starting with a round of introductory statements. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay. So thank you first. My apologies for being late, but the Parliament sometimes is very complicated, and I think this is a very important topic. That it's true that the artificial intelligence is one of the main drivers of change nowadays, also in the health policies and how to ensure that artificial intelligence is used in the best way possible for citizens, patients, is one of the challenges that we are facing in the health sector. Now we have the European Health Data Space that is a good source to provide the best information for operating with new artificial intelligence tools. I think we have an opportunity ahead, but also some challenge regarding first implementation with the European Health Data Space at member state level, and then very important, the interoperability. That is crucial to have a good interoperability and not forgetting how to use the data. That was one of the controversials and the main debates in the past term when we were dealing with this file. Anyway, I'm waiting for your comments and so on, and thank you for being here, and thank you for debating with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casares. You already touched on a couple of the key questions indeed that we want to address in the discussion. Before that, I would like to hand over to Willy Palm from the World Health Organization Europe.
Yes, does it work? Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Thank you, Anna, and good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I should start with a small disclaimer. I'm not an expert on AI. I work here in the WHO office in Brussels. But the real experts of WHO in this field are sitting in Copenhagen and Geneva. And as already was mentioned before in the previous session, WHO currently is facing a bit of a difficult situation, including financially. And so the real experts could not be here today. But I'm happy to provide a bit of a broader picture on this issue of artificial intelligence in health. And I have to start with the observation, of course, and I think everybody's sharing that the potential of AI in health is huge. And I would like also to stress that it's not only covering elements of clinical care research, but also the potential of applications in public health surveillance, detecting the possible outbreaks of epidemics, through, for instance, the surveillance of wastewater, but also in the field of public health promotion and prevention. We can find very interesting solutions that are developed by AI in this field. So basically, the spectrum is incredible, but of course, with the great potential comes also great responsibility. And WHO believes that the promise of AI has to be met with what I would call critical enthusiasm. So, of course, enthusiasm because of the potential, and also basically applying a balanced approach. On the one hand, we have to, of course, leverage this potential, support these solutions to come to the market. At the same time, we cannot be blind for the risk and the challenges that we are facing in this field. AI is a new kid on the block, I would say, and so there's a lot of risks that are being mentioned, and there are a lot of reports on that. I think as a global organization, WHO is specifically concerned about the possibility that this could increase the health divide in the world. So equity is definitely an issue, but also fairness. If we see that AI solutions have to draw on good data, good quality data, which is still not the case, there is a risk of bias that would be amplified and even perpetuated by AI solutions. Data privacy, of course, as AI is working with a vast group of data, the data privacy and the data security issues are even bigger than we can imagine. So I think this is a balanced approach that is important, and therefore I think it's important that we have robust governance frameworks in place. And WHO, as a norm-setting organization, is developing the standards and the guidance for that. It started in 2001 with the first document, but new documents have come up. And we see that this is really a priority for WHO, both at the global level, but also in the European region, to develop this guidance, and based on that, develop policy frameworks, and also bring people together, the convening power of WHO to actually exchange experience and develop partnerships. And as part of this partnership, the EU Commission is an important partner in this field, and we are working together. And this actually started with a very concrete example back in the days of the pandemic, when the EU Commission developed the COVID certificate system. And based on this system and the open technology that was associated to it, WHO has been able to, in partnership with the EU Commission, to develop what we call the Global Digital Health Certification Network, which brings together currently 82 countries to support and to provide a safe system of exchanging health certificates. So I think basically the EU provides an interesting, innovative model on the basis of which other countries could further develop.
Thank you very much, Willy Palm, for these introductory words. There's so many things that I would want to pick up from this first statement and for this first round of the discussion, but I got the fact that both Marco Marcella and Willy Palm addressed the potential of creating new divides as a result of the rise of digitalization and artificial intelligence. And this is something I would want to hear the thoughts also from Nicolás González Casares. In which sense do you feel that there's a risk of new divides between population, and what do you think could be done potentially to bridge that?
Well, we have seen in the past that the main problem in Europe are inequalities in the health system. The equity, the accessibility of the health systems is one of the main problems regarding the region, the member state where you live. So our first objective should be reduce these inequalities. And it's true that with artificial intelligence, we can create more and more problems on this. So how to ensure that all the data that patients provide to the system and to other third partners are used in a way that could be beneficial for those patients is very, very important. We have to ensure this at European level, in the policy regulation, we did it. Also at national level, and don't forget that regions sometimes are they have the duty to manage the health care of the people. So this is, for me, a very important challenge, because it's true, people with more money will have more possibilities to use this, or I don't want to say people, countries with more money can manage better the possibilities of the artificial intelligence. But how to ensure that? Ensure a level playing field at European level, ensure that things in the regulation are happening in all the places of Europe, ensure that an ethics body takes control of what is really happening. I think the artificial intelligence regulation have a governance system for that. And don't forget that the owners of the source of the data finally are the patients, always. In any development, maybe in the pharmaceutical industries, could be in the medical devices industries, could be wherever the field of the use in the health systems is finally for patients. So focus, the artificial intelligence should be focused on patients, no matter their incomes, no matter where they live. I think it's very important to maintain this social approach that at the end is a very European approach. We have to ensure that artificial intelligence works for the people, not only for the business. Sorry for saying that. Should have work also for the business, but don't forget the people. Sorry, I want to congratulate WHO for the great success today in the pandemic treaty. I think it's a good, very good news for the planet in a moment of very sad news.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casares. And indeed, I think we all echo the significance indeed of this moment. So, because I think the big discussion here is really how do we balance the facilitating of the access to the data, but also keep the patient's control over the data. Like this is a bit kind of a never-ending kind of discussion. So, picking up into the topic of and to the last comment of MEP Casares, how then can we ensure that patients are truly empowered to access, to understand, to manage their health data across border, regardless, once again, of their level of literacy of the national health system? Mr. Marcella, would you want to jump in on this one?
Yeah, yes. The first it is to give them the right to access their data, which is far from a reality. And now it is becoming a reality through the regulations that has been published a few weeks ago. So that's the first element. The second element is that the countries are equipped so to make that right a reality, meaning that the people do have, say, access to their data nationwide, regardless of whether that country is organized in one health systems or in a federations of health systems, which is the reality in Europe. And having access to that data, then the third element is that the citizens, or whatever, us people, we remain in control. In control of that data means essentially that I can access and I can choose with whom I want to share and under which conditions. That is a fundamental principles of the European Health Data Space. It is strongly rooted in the General Data Protection Regulation. It is strongly rooted in the transparencies of access to that data. If I decide to give access to somebody to my data, I also want to know what happens with that data. That is paramount because, we were talking about 27 before. That is what the European Health Data Space eventually will do. So essentially, we'll create a roaming of health data for every one of us, irrespective of which nations we are, irrespective of which language we speak. And that is not a minimal detail. So we as a citizens, Italians, going in Belgium, when we move here, we should have a very seamless way of making somebody in Belgium access my data and understand what is there. And to create that, you need, of course, the national systems that provides access to data, but you also need a European infrastructure that allows that transfer in a trustful way, and not only the transfer, also say, if I may, the translations that is legally binding, you know, because blood tension is measured one way in Italy and another way in France, and you don't want to mess up with those numbers when you go on holiday, I tell you, for primary care. And the same applies when it comes to the reuse of data for research and innovation. What the European Health Data Space will do, which is a revolution, there is no such a legal framework in the world at the moment, will enable researchers wherever they are in Europe to call for data in a catalog that is established at European level. So if I work in Calabria and I want to access data about rare diseases which are not just in Italy, not just in my regions at the moment, I have to file 27 requests if I am lucky to know where they are. And then I have to see what is the legislation that applies in each and every one of these 27. The European Health Data Space creates a level playing field. It says, first of all, which data you may request and for which purposes. And it also highlights what is prohibited to do. This is also a revolution in relation to legislation. So researchers, wherever he is working, and wherever, you know, irrespective of the size of the companies, which is also part of the equity, if I may say, discussion, will be able to call for this data and get that data and do whatever he needs to do, if he gets the permit, of course, for doing his project.
Thank you very much. Now, off to Willy Palm. Is there anything you would like to add to that, or even more broadly in terms of building and strengthening public trust from patients?
Yeah, I think trust is the key word here, and I think the European Health Data Space definitely provides an interesting and good model where guarantees are built in for patients and for citizens to trust the sharing of their data. I think, as Mark already also alluded to, there is still a need to increase that awareness, because people are not sufficiently aware about these facts. Sometimes they may perhaps think that this is only affecting their situation when they go to another member state. But actually, that I think is also the importance of the European Health Data Space. It's also affecting people who are not going abroad and who are staying within their system. It's giving them these guarantees. So I think that is the strengthening power of the European Health Data Space. I would also like to even expand that, because this is not only affecting EU citizens. I would also think about the Brussels effect, that this piece of legislation is actually also providing impact outside, beyond the borders of the EU, in accession countries. I mean, WHO Europe is covering the 53 countries of the broader European region. And I think the European Health Data Space is considered as a model that actually is being studied, and also in the supporting it, the exchange that WHO is organizing in other countries. There is the European Health Data Space is really a model that is looked on. I think health literacy is a key issue. In the WHO European region of 53 countries, only 1 in 2 countries actually has a dedicated digital literacy policy. So I think a lot of countries need to step up, definitely outside the EU, but I think also inside the EU. So I think this is also an element to work on in the future.
Thank you. And Mr. Casares, anything you would like to add?
No, not only we are talking about a lot about the data on the health systems, the use of the data of the health patients that go to an hospital, to a health center, but there are other data outside the health systems. That is the data that is used, for example, in consumer-oriented medicine, on all of these devices that we can have here or in our phones, or that we are going to a company and ask for particular things about our DNA or something like that. And I think there is a misuse that can also be a problem in future, not only for the patients, also for the companies, and also for the future of new developments in medicines, on biotech. I want to remember the case of 23andMe. Maybe you know this case of 23andMe. That is a company that collected DNA, offering tests of ancestry to know what is your heritage, what is your procedence, where is your origin. But at the same time, they sell this data in a secondary market, for example, for clinical trials. But they misused this data. Now the company failed. I think it was in bankruptcy, and nobody knows what to do with this data that they had. And I think that there are some news today, right today, that the company, other company wants to buy the 23andMe, and they say that they are finding that the use of data was not very ethic from 23andMe. So how to avoid these problems in a new field of the artificial intelligence? You can imagine that this company stopped it in a moment that the big growth of the artificial intelligence is not already in the market of the health. I mean, this kind of health. But can you imagine what they can do with all this DNA data, misuse it, not very well anonymize it, and the damage they can do to the people that provide this data? So I think that we need certain limits in this commercial use of health data that we are funding, and this is an American company. I think that we have, under EU regulation, we have some limits, but the risk is always there. And sometimes we are looking at China, or look at the big developments or artificial intelligence. Look at USA, they open all the data to develop new machines of artificial intelligence. Take care of that. We have to do it under our European manner. The GDPR, I think it was a very important achievement that you mentioned before, set the limits of the use of data beyond the EU. Try to do the same when you use the data in artificial intelligence. Of course, not undermining research, not undermining new developments of technologies. Of course, also the use of artificial intelligence can save money. For example, of clinical trials with models. Using artificial intelligence models, we can develop new medicines, for example, without big clinical trials. We have to explore these possibilities, but not forgetting our European way of life. That in the end, I think is important to mention.
Mm-hmm. Maybe related to that, I can already take one question from the audience for Mr. Marcella in this case. How will the European health data space avoid repeating the lack of consistency issues that have plagued the GDPR implementation?
By setting a clear set of rules which will be applicable across the 27 member states when it comes to, number one, what you can do, what you cannot do, how do you do. These three elements are what will emerge out of the regulation between now, so in the next 2 years, the Commission will adopt, let's say, the tertiary legislation, the so-called implementing acts that sets the standards for exactly doing what we were discussing, say before, by the way, including which kind of data you will need and how do you need to structure that data. So what will happen for the primary use of data and for the secondary use of data is in a way the creation of a level playing field, whether there will be one element which says what you can do and what you cannot do with that particular class of data which is covered by the European data space. And in a way, if we go back to 21andMe, or the way in which the business grew, what we have in Europe does give a competitive advantage to our companies, because the mechanisms and the framework, the legal framework which we have created to treat so sensitive data, it's very clearly spelled out. So it's one, I am very happy that you mentioned that, because in Europe you know, well, with consent you can do a lot of things. Without consent you cannot do certain things, including, you know, changing the way in which you want to treat specific categories of data. So, you know, we are upholding these values in the current frameworks. Is not only one.
But don't forget that we are living in a very interconnected world, and if you have an internet offer offering you, you will know your origin, and you send the part of your body or your skin to USA, and they have this data of your DNA. Under other regulation that is not European, they can use the data from Europeans in a very, very sensitive manner. So it's true that we have a protection, an European protection, but in Europe. So we have to regulate also the limits for these companies to operate in our ecosystem. I think it's important.
I have another question on, let's say, the bigger puzzle of legislation concern. The person in question says that there is a significant overlap between the medical device regulation, the AI Act, the Digital Services Act, particularly in areas such as risk and quality management for medical devices. They say that this is especially burdensome for SMEs. So I guess to maybe mainly to Marco Marcel as well, how do you intend to address this issue? I don't know, also for our other panelists, let's say, like what do you see, let's say, the biggest issues that can perhaps that are perhaps overlapping among these pieces of legislation? What can you tell us about that?
Say if the overlaps gets to the same effect, I mean, we will need to decide what is the ontological value of overlap. But let's say that we do see, well, first of all, is that there is not necessarily a mutually exclusive relation between regulation and progress, and between regulations. So what I mean here is that the medical device regulation does clearly set the rules for putting into the market a medical device that is safe, and it has the rules to check that. And by the way, as a pivotal element, has the so-called the notifications body systems that is being created under the MDR. Now you take the EU, the Artificial Intelligence Act, which adds to the medical device regulations, for instance, the bit that are related to transparency, or when it comes to the bias, obligations to keep the transparency, and the systems is also based on the notifications bodies. Now, guess what? What we will be doing towards probably in the next months, we will certainly, let's say, clarify elements in a question and answer documents where we clearly define not the overlap, it's the intertwining between the two regulations, if I may, and show how you can leverage certain elements for specific technological solutions which are at the moment may present features that are not covered under the medical device regulations. Including, for instance, the approach to generative AI and putting into the market systems that may have deficiencies or fallacy into the training sets that has been created. So we will do that. So we will come up with a document that specifies the interplay between the two acts, and most probably will also, we are already doing an exercise like this because we do recognize that this question comes up to these panels so often. But the good thing is that the way in which they have been built, it is to reinforce the safety and the trust aspects that we will have to have into the systems that goes to the market. I pay attention they at the end. Maybe I read an article a few days ago that may even be used in end-of-life decision making, which I found it quite interesting.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments on that question?
Yes, perhaps in general terms, I think it will be for all countries and even beyond outside the EU a need for governments and parliaments to revise or to review the legislation in the light of AI, to see how AI can actually apply or has to be interpreted in the context of laws that were established before AI ever existed. I think the good thing is also that the medical device regulation review was part of the mission letter of the commissioner. So I think this will be a good opportunity to revise that. I think also, perhaps, I was also thinking about the HTA regulation that was adopted back in 2021, I believe, which provides the opportunity for joint clinical assessments, joint scientific consultations. And I think this would also perhaps an interesting element to see how that could apply to AI. Because one thing that I think we need to be aware of is that the classical or the traditional ways of assessing the effectiveness or the efficacy of health technology is not so easy to apply in the context of AI. So we will, I mean, where randomized clinical trials is the kind of gold standard for assessment, the question is how do you apply that in the context of an AI solution? So I think AI is triggering a lot of questions that probably we don't have the answer yet, but I think it is interesting to see how also here the countries can work together to actually resolve those questions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Mr. Casares, something you'd like to add?
Not very important, but remember from my side that we with artificial intelligence, what we want is to improve efficiency, to give also nurses, doctors, the ability to have a better understanding what is really happening to their patients, how to provide them the best solution available in the right moment. So it's time also to upskilling workers, health workers, in all the fields of health. How to improve this treatment to the patients, early diagnosis. Of course, artificial intelligence could be helpful. Medical devices made a big advance, a big evolution in the last years using artificial intelligence. We cannot forget that we already are using artificial intelligence in a lot of medical devices, and they provide good information for doctors and nurses and practitioners across Europe and the whole world. But there are new solutions that you can use every day to improve the care of your patients. Now I'm thinking as a nurse. A nurse, for example, in a hospital with more than 15 patients that you have to care. And you are running from one side to another, checking controls and so on, providing them the medicines that they need in the right moment. There are a lot of solutions that already no longer exist, but can exist in a close future, that can be implemented and also help the nurse improve the efficiency of the system, but finally giving us better health results on patients. And we cannot forget this. This is the final objective for the patients, for the evolution, of course, of our health systems, but for the patients.
Maybe then I would like to take a follow-up question based on that. Is the WHO and in the Commission looking into the upskilling of workers and the kind of skills needed for the digital health transition, if we can call it like that, to happen?
Yes, definitely. This is one of the key priorities. I think the success will depend on actually not only the digital literacy of the patients, but definitely of the healthcare workers. We are still seeing that also in many curricula, digital health skills are not very prominent, and I think there is a great need to actually increase that. We know that there is a healthcare workforce crisis that is already happening now and is going to increase. We are, as was also discussed in the European Parliament not so long ago, we are facing 1.2 million, a shortage of 1.2 million healthcare workers today, and by 2030 this will be 4 million. So I think upskilling the health workforce will be critical to actually ensure that the shrink or the lower number of healthcare workers can actually address the needs of patients, which will also be increasing because of the aging. So I think this is a critical element, and definitely WHO is aware of this and is also working on this as one of their priorities.
Thank you. And Marco Marcella?
Yes, I mean, just to confirm, we do have two financial contributions in place with WHO Europe, but also some with WHO Geneva, that are tackling, well, the first one is totally dedicated, by the way, to nurses and on supporting, the issues that we were mentioning before. And the other one is about data governance and digital tools, because essentially, yes, we realize that the transformation will be driven by a better access to data, but eventually will be the digital tools that are built on that data that will make the difference. But they will make a difference if they are integrated into clinical workflows. And this third step, it is a challenging step which calls our attention. And I think that not only with our colleagues in WHO, in general with our stakeholders, we are, including the ministries of health, we are trying to work very hard in that specific topic, because it's not a matter of convincing, it's a matter of integration. And integrating technological solutions into a clinical workforce does require careful analysis from that specific sector. So if you want, from that specific angle, it's a professional modification. So in that case, in that sense, it's very, very much on our agenda, yeah.
Then I would want to take one last question from the audience. There's a question around telemedicine, so the capacity to access healthcare consultations or treatments from your phone, from your laptop. This is something that I believe an increasing number of patients are using, even myself, for certain therapies. The person asking says that the EHDS is a sound basis to finally enable patients to access their health digitally. However, telemedicine was not addressed there eventually. And they are asking, will there be an ad hoc initiative on telemedicine in the new mandate, as it is a key tool for many patients? So, again, probably a question more for Marco Marcella, but I would also be happy for other panelists to chip in, maybe also from the WHO perspective, how they see the rise in telemedicine. Maybe we can start with you, Marco.
So I guess that the question, well, by the way, thank you for having spotted that article. It was one article that was negotiated. And I tell you the history around it and what it does and what it cannot do, which is probably is part of the questions per se. So, well, first of all, let me say that in general, when we talk about telemedicine, this is one of the cornerstone of the digital strategy in general for modernizations of health systems. It's not just telemedicine, it is telemedicine, it is teleworking, it is telemonitoring, it's everything that is related to providing the healthcare services, say, at a distance. Now, even addressing, say, e-prescription, so the fact that you get a prescriptions in one country and you deliver in another one may be subject to that conversation. So why telemedicine is part of the European health data space? Because you can imagine that there will be hundreds of these devices that will be dealing with data, and they will do so across borders. And by the way, they will use codes for codifying medicines or diseases which will be completely different. So irrespective of whether, say, the telemonitoring is provided between two islands, I'm doing an example just close to my heart, or between two countries, what counts is that we create a way that makes sure that that data flows seamlessly across borders and across languages, across codes. And that's what is in the European health data space, that in providing these services across border, you do have a level playing field when it comes to the data that is being shared through these systems. So this is what it can do, this is what it does, this is why it's there. What it cannot do, where cannot we intervene, is in the way in which health systems are organized to provide the services, because this is mutual competences of the member states under Article 168. So it is a way, so we are working for the modernizations, for instance, supporting the member states even to create a framework where they discuss, best practices. They share ideas on how to use, for instance, telemonitoring or telemedicine services, for instance, to provide, just imagine projects, which is one of the ones that we are supporting now for intensive care units, which is, by the way, for those who like the subject matter, is the most important producer of real-time data. So it produces the most and in real time. So dealing with that data is very interesting from a computational point of view, but is equally interesting from an interoperability point of view. So making sure that that exchange happens simultaneously and seamlessly is part of our mandate on telemedicine.
Thank you very much. Would like to, Will, is there something you'd like to ask?
Well, just to say that telemedicine, of course, is an important solution globally to actually improve access to healthcare in small islands, in remote areas, in underserved areas. We have also an important collaboration with the European Commission on universal health coverage, the so-called Universal Health Coverage Partnership, which is covering 125 countries across the globe, trying to ensure better access not only to specialized care, but in the first place to primary health care, and also there telemedicine is playing a big role.
Regarding telemedicine, let me say one thing. I love telemedicine. It's an incredible tool, a wonderful tool for practitioners, for nurses and doctors, but cannot be used as a barrier for the accessibility to the system. And sometimes it's being used like that. So we have to avoid this use. But it's not an European concern. I mean, it's an European concern, but not an European duty. It's a national and regional level. But of course, I think this is very well recognized in the existing regulation, the best use of that. But finally, my remark and my resumption is that, yes, it's true, always centered in the patient. I think that these new tools, that some of them, we really don't know what is going to be in the future, because we cannot imagine the solutions that artificial intelligence can provide us. And sometimes I'm thinking as a nurse, how can I imagine the future of the use of these new technologies? I worked as an emergency nurse. We had to make decisions very fast, very, very fast. And when you take decisions very fast, you can make a lot of mistakes. And I think that these kind of solutions can avoid a lot of mistakes that are happening every day with all the patients. Maybe not so fast, but it's true that the guidance that artificial intelligence can provide us in the regular practitioner every day is amazing, the development we can have. But of course, to improve, to enhance this use, to unlock the potential, we need the data. And this is the reality. We need the data in a fair manner, and of course, taking into account, finally, again, the patient.
I think these were exactly the words I was thinking to summarize the discussion with, really, the need to unlock the data, to make the most of the European health data space and the potential that it has, but of course, at the end of the day, by building trust and putting the patient at heart. I believe this is all the time that we have for the discussion. I think it's been really insightful. I got plenty of questions. There's so much more that we could have addressed, but sadly that's all the time we have. But I'm sure we're going to be able to continue the discussions in other spaces like this, maybe in the next health policy conference of Euractiv. So if I can ask for a big round of applause for my panelists, for Marco Marcella, for Willy Palm, and Nicolás González Casares. Thank you very much to all of you for the great questions. I tried to take as many of them as possible. We managed to cover a bunch of them. Now it's time for a very well-deserved coffee break. We have just about 20 minutes for a coffee break, and then we're going to be back here. I'm going to be handing over to my colleague Nicole Verbeek, who will moderate the following two sessions. The next one on the Critical Medicines Act. So definitely one not to be missed. So see you back at 20 to 5:40. So you have just under 20 minutes of discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay. This is mic 2. Test, test, mic 2, test, test, hello, test, mic 2. Hello, test, mic 2, test, mic 2, test, okay. Mic 4, test, mic 4, mic 4, test, mic 4, test. This has no number. One of the other microphones, test, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, test. Okay, another one, test, 1, 2, hello, test, 1, 2, 1. Okay, it's a bit too much. Hello, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, hello, test. And the last one, hello, test, 1, 2, hello, test, 1, 2, hello, test. Thank you.
And are we ready to go? So we will get started. Good afternoon. Can you all hear me? Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Verbeek, your moderator for the next two panel sessions of Euractiv's Health Policy Conference. And I'm happy you are still here because of the weather. You didn't go away, so I'm very happy. And maybe that says something about the urgency and the importance of the next two topics. First, securing access and supply to critical medicines. And then later, we will talk about boosting the pharma and biotech sector in Europe. We will keep things sharp and worth of your time before you go back outside. And please do not forget to submit your questions. So as you know, there's a card on your chair with the QR code, which go to Slido, so you can submit your question through Slido. So we hope to receive as many questions as possible. A quick word on our first topic, the Critical Medicines Act. It's Europe's big move to deal with medicine shortages. It's about fixing supply chains and sharing better across countries and not putting all of our antibiotics in one basket. I know it's a rough take, but we have a panel here that will dive deeper into the details. So let me first introduce you all the panelists of today's session. So first, we have Mr. Rainer Becker, Director for Medical Products and Innovation at DG Santé of the European Commission. Next, Vytenis Andriukaitis. Did I pronounce it well?
Yes, excellent.
Excellent. Member of the European Parliament and former Commissioner for Health. That's correct as well? Yeah, okay. And also with us, Dr. Monica Diaz, Head of Supply and Availability at the European Medicines Agency. Very welcome. I'm very happy to have this important conversation with you. So let's go straight into it. I have a question for you, Mr. Andriukaitis. Are you satisfied with how the Critical Medicines Act is progressing? Or should things be going faster? And maybe too many questions at the same time, but what are the key internal challenges and concrete next steps? So I want the audience to learn new things, to hear new developments.
Frankly speaking, I am satisfied.
Oh, so maybe take a mic.
Okay. Frankly speaking, I am very satisfied that Commission, fulfill obligation to present Critical Medicines Act, and it was done. Of course, Critical Medicines Alliance helped here in this way, presenting their paper and their views. Of course, also the European Pharmaceutical Industry (FPI) also proposed a lot of improvements, and of course, also speaking in line with satisfaction. I am not satisfied because we are in European Parliament not so in a hurry. Because we need to think that we need to start immediately, but till now we have some problems, and I think maybe we will start debates about proposed regulation in autumn. And of course, time is running, shortages are here, and of course, patients are here. All people are asking us to do as fast as possible, and of course, it's some challenge that European Parliament is not so in a hurry. And of course, I absolutely know that at council level, at trialogue level, it will be it also will take time, because European Union is now facing critical challenges with very slow, machinery to produce, new regulations.
Sorry to already interrupt, but do we have the time to be slow? Can we afford to be slow? in this?
I think it would be good to understand that we need to keep in mind people worries. Shortages are here, you know, and our patients are here. They're waiting absolutely quick response, and of course, such regulation was presented maybe last year or 2 years ago before. It would be good to see how can we move forward. And of course, now it's time to act as soon as possible.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Becker, sorry for the question, but do you agree? Are you satisfied with how things are moving and going?
I thought, hello again to everyone. I thought you were asking whether I'm satisfied with the proposal of the Crises Medicines Act.
Yeah.
There I'm waiting for the grades from the co-legislators. Well, maybe whether I'm happy, and that's not very relevant or interesting with the speed. I think also we needed to complete the translations. We did really do whatever we could to adopt the proposal in 100 days. But I don't expect Parliament necessarily to conclude, or even Trilogues to conclude another 100 days. So one remark in this context of speed. The member states, a larger group of member states that wrote to us, the Parliament was a resolution, at least there was a call also from Parliament, but also the member states writing very clearly to the Commission, we want a Critical Medicines Act. We want a proposal of the Critical Medicines Act. If you look at the Critical Medicines Act, many measures in there can already be implemented. So I think it was to have some consistent vision across Europe, to have a European approach, to also show maybe to Geneva, WTO, that certain things, requirements may be necessary to have production in Europe. I think that in the Commission proposal is already some way. Of course, it's not yet the legislation, but what I'm getting at is if you want to support a strategic project to bring, I don't know, production of API, of a certain API for critical medicine to Europe, it's possible. So it is a toolbox. Of course, it needs to be a legal act, a regulation, but if one wants to go ahead, if one wants to use smarter procurement criteria that do actually help diversifying the supply chains, it can be done. It can be implemented tomorrow. You don't need an EU regulation necessarily for that. I think you need the EU regulation to have a consistent and then the coordination group, but it can be done, and some member states have been doing it already. So I think a lot can be done. It's not that while we're waiting for legislation, we were running into terrible situations with critical medicines because nothing could be done. Just to put things a little bit into perspective and to lend a more positive outlook, I think a lot is already possible.
So it's not a long-term measure. Things are already happening now.
Yes, absolutely. The Critical Medicines Act, and that actually is maybe not bad to recall either. It is part of the puzzle. I mean, you were saying at the beginning the Critical Medicines Act will fix the supply chain issues. Yes and no. I think I would nuance that it can contribute to having more resilient supply chains. But the other things, we have been discussing the pharma package before, and there's chapter 10 in there, where there are regulatory obligations. If you are selling and offering to society a medicine, life-saving or not, but a relevant medicine, it's not to ask too much, I suppose, to have a shortage prevention plan to really, in case there's something going wrong, that you have a bit of a backup solution. So there are regulatory obligations, so that's one part of the solution. Things, and I think, Monica, you will go there. Super important when we have acute risk of shortages. That's something there's notification coming from member state that we may be running short in 2 weeks' time with a certain medicine in a certain part of Europe, certain member state. Then the colleagues in Amsterdam, with the best experts on the supply of medicines, on shortage management from the member states, they take really pragmatic action. I don't want to steal your thunder, but just it is very important. The Critical Medicines Act, more long-term structural solutions, industrial policy measures, tools. It is 1/3 of the toolbox. Don't nail me on the measurement. I mean, what exactly the percentage is, but it's one important piece in the overall toolbox. So we can be doing things, and many, many things have already are happening. And I think with that, Monica.
Yeah. Thank you for helping me. Mr. Becker. So Monica, indeed, what are the key challenges and opportunities from the EMA perspective?
Thank you. I think first and foremost, I think it's important that I give you an overview of those activities that have already taken place at European level. So, of course, with EMA as a coordinating body there, and those measures have already been put in place for a number of years, and in particular then during the COVID pandemic, where we put a number of processes and structures ad hoc. So the EMA did not have a remit in the area of medicine shortages, but went beyond its remit and had a coordinating pivotal role in the management of shortages during the COVID pandemic. Soon after, we had EMA's extended mandate with Regulation 22/123, where those ad hoc structures and processes have been now formalized. So we have that machinery at a European level, and we're working together with the member states to address, on one hand, the shortages that we're facing in the member states, but also I think what is important to mention is that although we've been doing a lot of reactive work, and we continue, and one example is what, René, you're mentioning, the voluntary solidarity mechanism that I will explain later in detail, we are already for a number of years trying to move towards prevention. So we continue, of course, managing critical shortage at European level, but we felt the need earlier on to move to prevention of shortages. So we've done already a number of initiatives in the respect to prevention of shortages. We've issued guidance to MAHs on prevention of shortages. We've also issued guidance for healthcare professionals and patients and consumers organizations, because all actors in the supply chain need to be involved and need to participate in prevention of shortages. Now, what else have we done? So we've also already issued a union list of critical medicines. Why is that important? Because this is the Critical Medicines Act. So it is not only applicable to critical medicines, but it's first and foremost applicable to critical medicines. So we have already, ahead of the new pharma legislation, ahead of the Critical Medicines Act, we have a union list of critical medicines. We issued the first one in December of 23, version 1, and we've updated already in December of last year. So now we have version 2 of the union list.
Quick question about it. It's about 250
276
yes.
Active substances.
And sorry for jumping in. Do we expect to produce all of these? Do we want to produce all of these in Europe? Is that realistic, or is there like
that is really not the intention, and that's not what is foreseen under the Critical Medicines Act. But I think before moving on to what we will do with these 276 molecules, which correspond to roughly 18,000 products, so we're talking about very large volumes. I think we need to now look at the vulnerabilities in the supply chain for those medicines in union list. So we need to focus on these medicines that are the most important for public health systems, that we ensure security of supply for patients at all times. Now, he also mentioned what are we doing already? What have we done so far? So besides issuing guidance on the prevention of shortage to industry and other stakeholders, we've also issued a template for shortage prevention plans, and René, you mentioned that. So there's a number of activities already foreseen in the NPL that we are already front-loading. So we issue these templates together with pharmaceutical industry for the shortage prevention plans, but we've also started a pilot because we want to understand whether the template is fit for purpose, or we need to amend, update, and indeed the whole process. Is it really this information giving us what we need to identify vulnerabilities in the supply chain? Now, also important is that to mention that the MSSG is already also working ahead of the adoption of the new pharma legislation and the Critical Medicines Act. So the MSSG has already issued recommendations for the vulnerabilities in the supply chain of radiopharmaceuticals, and very soon we will extend that to other classes of medicine. So we are working, and even before the Critical Medicines Act was in place, we have already worked with companies when we experienced critical shortages, for instance, thrombolytics. We've seen that there was a need to diversify the supply chain. We've worked with companies so that they could diversify their supply chains by adding additional manufacturing sites, so that we would make the supply for these medicines, supply chains, more resilient. So the work is already ongoing, and we believe that we now have commitment and openness and the willingness from all the stakeholders to move forward, but also at the political level. So we feel that we have the right environment now to really make a difference on prevention of shortages.
Yeah, can I ask a quick follow-up question? Well, yeah, maybe you wanted to say something. Maybe I give the word first to you, Mr. Andreou.
I can only add something, because one thing, we need to speed up our efforts to have, all package of, including Biotech Act, including Critical Medicines Act, including, of course, possibilities to see about clinical trials regulation. How can we have more efforts to change something, because clinical trials are going down. It's a very sensitive issue, and we need, of course. But on another hand, I fully agree with you both, because we need to send message. Now, a lot of efforts are in hands of member states. Mutual recognition, possibilities to act, possibilities to exchange information about shortages. Of course, debates related to parallel trade and stockpiling, and possibilities to use their own resources, something organizing joint procurement and so on. A lot of efficient initiatives at member states level. Not only at the EU level, because of course we know very well that the legislative procedure is very comprehensive, very time consuming, and so on. And now pharmaceutical packages is on the final stage. Maybe Poland will finish it in 2 or 3 weeks. Maybe yes, or maybe pass. I maybe pass it to Denmark. But it's more or less, we are on the final stage. For my
bring it to you to try those.
Yes, I agree with you. But generally, message is also, please, member states, do what you have now in your hands, because a lot of efforts can be done, not only waiting in such possibilities to complete common picture of regulatory frame.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the challenges. So on the member state level, are there still challenges to be solved? It's also a matter of coordination, I guess. Monica, Dr. Elias, do you want to say something about this?
Yes, I think perhaps why this has been a success story in terms of member states working together is because these systems that we put in place and structures, they were done on voluntarily manner with the member states. So let's say that the legislation actually came after. So we set up these structures ad hoc, the MSSG, as I mentioned, and the Spock Working Party, which is really the operational structure that feeds on to the MSSG for decision making. We set up these structures ad hoc before having a legal mandate to do so. And I think what is important is that for this reason, member states, they actually realized was the benefit of working together, of sharing information on shortages, sharing best practices on how to mitigate the impact of shortages, and also working together to prevent shortages. So I think that is already there and is very robust. We started with the Spock Working Party already in 2019, so well before even Emma's extended mandate. So when we were faced with the COVID pandemic, so indeed those member states had already been working together for a period of time, so we were very well prepared to help each other. Very recently, I think, and I want to now address the voluntary solidarity mechanism. So this is a procedure of the MSSG that we put together at the same time as the EC communication on shortages in October of 2023. So what is the VSM? So the VSM is a procedure that we put in place. So when a member state is experiencing critical shortages and anticipates there will be a stock out within a month, and of course, they've already explored all the possibilities at national level to address that particular shortage, they will ask for help from other member states in the European Union. Now, as it worked? Yes, it has worked. So we had already 8 procedures last year, and this year we're already at 3. And in every single procedure of these 8 voluntary solidarity mechanism cases, there was at least one member state that was in a position to provide support to the issuing member state. So the member state was facing difficulties. So I think this is very positive. It shows the commitment from the member states to work together and help each other. So I think this is really a success story.
Thank you. And I see a live question coming in for you, Dr. Diaz. How can the EMA help ensure that critical medicines are being used properly especially, I think it says off-label use, in the case of off-label use, which can sometimes be appropriate, but can also represent a significant waste. Do you have anything to say about it?
Yes, so this is really not for the EMA when it comes to medicines being used off-label. This is really not something that EMA can tackle. I can perhaps make a reference to the work we did with shortages of GLP-1 receptor agonists, where indeed we saw that there was off-label use of those medicines. So there we had a very strong and active campaign, just trying to explain what is the impact for other patients that are using the medicine on label, and trying to really make the patients understand really the implications of label use. So these were some of actually the recommendations that were put in place by the MSSG. Last year, the MSSG issued a series of recommendations for pharmaceutical industry, for the European Commission, for the member states, and also for the stakeholders, so for healthcare professionals and for patients. And that was one of the message, one of the recommendations, indeed.
Okay.
So, but there's only so much, of course,
Yes. Yeah.
we can do when it comes to.
Yeah, thanks for answering that question. And maybe another one. Is there a risk that local manufacturing to ensure availability might lead to price inflation and affect affordability? So that's a common question you hear a lot, maybe, Mr. Becker?
Yeah, I gladly take that one, because earlier there was the question whether the intention, the objective of the Critical Medicine Act is to bring...
I'm not sure. I'm not sure we can hear you.
That's much better. So now earlier with the question whether the intention, the legislative objective of the CMA would be to bring production of every single one of the, what is it now, 240 molecules back to Europe, and maybe also the whole API production and other critical inputs, because the Act doesn't only cover the medicine but also the other bottlenecks that may be there upstream. And the answer is no. It is clear if you look at the Act, it can be required to have production in the EU where a vulnerability analysis has shown that the problem is the fact that we don't have any, and only to the extent necessary. You'll see it's, I think it's 16.2, where it says, and then it can be required that a proportion of the medicine or API be produced in the EU. And the reason why the Commission, the College, in the proposal for the CMA insisted on the wording a proportion is because we're very conscious, of course there's a price tag to producing in Europe. And there's also a price tag for having a second and a third supplier, so a diversified supply chain doesn't come for free. It is probably cheaper just to have one. It may not be the safest thing to do. There's also a price tag to have some buffer stocks. So if there are these requirements, and there should be for critical medicines, at least some measures when there's public procurement, that is a shall provision. Member states shall make use, not just look for the cheapest, but meet use criteria. Flexible, because it depends on the medicine we're talking about. It's not a one-size-fits-all. You don't have to, I mean, there are some examples, such as in the Act. It doesn't mean that all those things have to be required. Flexibility, a proportion, all those are signs that, of course, the Commission has been very conscious, and I think everybody's very conscious, that there are potential financial implications. And if we need for security of supply something to happen, production in Europe, some buffer stocks, alternative suppliers, diversified supply chains, then we should really be conscious and knowing that this has a price tag, it has a cost, but also then be measured and only request to the extent needed. It may be enough if, and Monica, you will know that much better than I do, but to really survive a certain threat of shortage, it may be enough to have, I don't know, 30% of production in Europe. That may get us over that stretch of 4 months until, with whatever mechanism we can find, that to find an alternative solution and so on. So absolutely, I think nobody should have any illusion that some measures to strengthen the supply chains do not come for free. If it happens in public procurement, I think there's a competitive process which should really try to then also have competitive solutions, i.e. efficient. So that is really what is at stake here. And I think it's very important to recall, we had the topic of affordability earlier. We may have other things on our mind now, but remember the pharma strategy, affordability, one of the 3 A's, it doesn't go away as a challenge, especially if you think about our demographic pyramid. So it remains one of the things we have to bear in mind.
Mr. Andriukaitis, do you want to say something? Do you want to add something?
I would like to say some political slogans. One was MAGA, Make America Great Again. And now you can hear the same slogan in the European Parliament, Make Europe Great Again. And second, keep powers back. You remember keep powers back. When Brexit was, keep powers back. The Brexiters argued that you need to keep powers back. I think now MAGA, now keep powers back. We need to understand when we are speaking about European autonomy, we need to understand we are speaking about developed very innovative, very, technologically sound, very, advanced treatments, because EU has good opportunities now to develop a stage of their leadership of innovations, attractiveness, effective treatment, and so on, especially in personal areas, especially in advanced therapies, and so on. And of course, we need to think that now it's up to us to develop those all capacities. Of course, autonomy. Of course, some industries can see how they can develop their manufacturing here in Europe. But we need what? Investments. We need incentives. We need support. We need capital. We need, we need a lot of, keeping in mind Draghi report and keeping in mind letter report. But I am very keen to draw attention on letter report, because letter report proposed to develop pan-European ecosystem for research, investment, and innovation. Pan-European, which allow us to have much higher level of clinical trials, much more efforts to move forward and to really to build Europe as innovative power, as leading in the world with those issues. Here is the main, possibility to see European capacities, not keep powers back or not, because of course, nobody can stop producing, active pharmaceutical ingredients in third countries, and Europe is not fortress. They say stop. We are now just build only all our own capacities to close borders and to develop them. It would be so bad, so dirty simplification of issues. We need to think in innovative way. We need to support green technologies. We need to support clean technologies. We need to support, and we need to build incentives for pharmaceutical industries that we can see how they can strive with innovations, research, and advanced products.
I hear a lot of ambition. The word ambition, I think, is important here, and that's maybe, a sensitive question, like, is Europe ambitious enough in this? And also about incentives and funding. Is the 80 million euro in funding enough? I read a lot about it, and I hear a lot about it.
Yes.
That it's peanuts. I read last week. Do you want to say something?
It's a pity. It's very strange, but it's not nothing new. Because it's our mentality, If you can see how can you, calculate money, where that money should be cut. In healthcare, in education. I can tell you example. European Commission, in front of COVID, proposed to Council to have 10.3 billion euros in developing European Health Union. You remember that? And what was Council decision? Do you know? 1.3 billion. What is about paradigm change in their minds? Those heads of states and governments, they are heads of state or governments? reducing such amount of money from 10 billion till 1.3, and only after European Parliament raised once again, power showing no, and then all decided 5.3. If we will act in this way, don't speak about letter report. Don't speak about. Please send message to council, to heads of state and government. Are you ready to understand what does it mean? European autonomy, innovations, and so on and so on. Sorry to say.
Let me react to that and maybe looking forward, because I could not agree with you more that I think to be serious about public health, it is crucial. It is also crucial from an economic perspective, because if we're all sick, we're not very good in doing economic business. So I think let's just, this energy, this ambition that you so nicely encapsulated, let's not look backwards, but look forward. We are at the stage of preparing the next round of funding, the next MFF, and if anyone cares as much about public health as the two of us do, please join in really making that voice heard and making sure that the money will be there. It's not a lack of ambition. I can say also something about today, not just look in the future, but, and if you want even looking backwards. But so the amount of money you mentioned, that is one thing. It's not the only thing. I mean, this is something that to fund strategic projects the Commission could make available. There's also, as said earlier, we have had 23 member states calling on us, give us the tool of the Critical Medicine Act. Show us how we can do it under state aid rules in a compatible, in a legal way to support strategic projects. This avenue, how it can be done, is out there. Go for it. And also when it comes to EU funding, existing programs are of course available. If I bring API production to Europe, if there is an R&D involved to really have the clean, environmentally state-of-the-art production, you could think of R&D money. You could think of, if you see the mechanism of the step seal, that can allow access to structural funds. I mean, there is much more than that one little or not so little. I would not underestimate if you see the numbers that were mentioned by the Critical Medicines Alliance. I think already 80 million is not. I really didn't like the choice of words of peanuts.
Okay.
But if we go, and let's go now back looking to the future, if in the future multi-annual framework we do have a solid place and an ambitious place also for public health and for biotech.
But if I may, future is here on July, because Commission will propose new multi-annual financial framework. It's the future. Future is here. Absolutely, it's for me clear. And for me clear that if we will stay in the same amount of European Union budget, 1%, 1.2% of gross national income, we will never achieve ambitious goals. And of course also we have on the borrowing and so on. But we need to say, we need our own resources, we need much bigger budget, we need minimum 2% of gross national income, minimum. And of course own resources, and message should be sent very clearly from Commission side to Council, to national parliaments, to government. Yes, now it's time to fight that we will see in the future much more ambitious agenda, which should cover by resources which we do have in our hands.
I think an ambitious and visionary message will be sent. Count on the Commission, and you can count on my colleagues and me to make sure that also the public health voice within the Commission is heard. And with that, and then we'll be counting on you and the member states to get the budget.
Yeah, I want to be, and that's for Dr. Diaz, a little bit more specific. 2 weeks ago, there was the news of Pharmaceuticals in Denmark, moving part of its production from Europe to China, despite being one of the few remaining producers of key antibiotics, not antibiotics, but antibiotic ingredients. So it's moving away, it's happening right now. So what must be done to keep critical production in Europe, and how can we make it attractive again?
Let me first start by explaining what we're doing, and you had a question about what we're going to do with these 276 different molecules and products. We have to, of course, understand what are the vulnerabilities in the supply chain of those medicines. So it's very important that we have a robust vulnerability assessment methodology that will help us doing so. And that will help us, in a way, perhaps the MSSG can identify what are the most critical areas for those critical medicines and see where we should perhaps start our investment, depending, of course, of what is the budget is out there. Now, not only we have to understand what are the vulnerabilities in the supply chain for those medicines, they are in the union list, which could be because we depend from production in third countries, and we have ways to look into the data, although we need, of course, pharmaceutical industry to be ready also to populate our databases with information, with the data that we need, that we require to do that assessment. So not only we need to do that process of seeing what are the vulnerabilities, but of course we need to understand where are situations that actually we have production in Europe and that situation changes. And we have the case of this manufacturing site, but we have also quite regularly products that are withdrawn from the market. So the companies decide to permanently cease the marketing of the products in the European Union, whether or not the product is manufactured here. So this is another element that we have to take into account, and that, of course, will have an impact on security of supply for those medicines. So we have to create an environment, and I think the Critical Medicines Act is there to provide those incentives so that companies that are already here continue and don't have to move overseas to China or India. But on the other hand, we have to also see what are the other existing issues that we need to address and bring production back to Europe. So that is why it's so important that we have that clear understanding of what is the situation, what are the vulnerabilities in the supply chain for the medicines that are in the union list. And that is so important that we have a robust methodology for the vulnerability assessment, because we're talking about large numbers of medicines. So we need to find a ranking process, and we have to find indicators that are robust, that will actually give us information on what are those molecules that it is most important that we start investing.
Yes, and there's a quick question from the room. The list of critical medicines will be the same in all countries. That's maybe a good question, because the situation is different in each member state, not?
So the union list of critical medicines is for the European Union. Now, it is true that some member states, they have developed their own national lists of critical medicines. Why that is the case? This is the case because, of course, the situation is different in different member states. So we have been able to set and to come up with a list of 276 molecules that are considered critical for all member states. Now, there might be situations in a particular member state where there are other molecules as well that are critical because of the alternatives that are available in that particular territory. So that's why member states have issued their own lists of critical medicines.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Becker, did you want to add something, or are you good? All good? So maybe then we can go to the final remarks. So yeah, give me all one key priority for the Critical Medicines Act to succeed in the future.
I'm starting. I think it's very important that we shift to prevention, and that's what will be brought by the Critical Medicines Act. And there are different solutions that are foreseen. The industrial policy measures in the Critical Medicines Act, but also other policy solutions, non-regulatory, very much complement the regulatory work that we're doing already and that is foreseen in the new pharma legislation. So we believe that this is going to really make a difference when it comes to the security of supply. of medicines, or critical medicines for patients, and the European Medicines Agency is prepared to support with the implementation of the Critical Medicines Act once is adopted.
Thank you so much. Mr. Andriukaitis.
I couldn't agree more, but I can just quote, to facilitate investment in manufacturing capacities. It sounds, to facilitate investments. It sounds very strong. It's key message now. How to facilitate? That is the question. And of course, second, to lower the risk of supply disruptions. Once again, it's urgent situation. We need to think what can you do. So to leverage that aggregated demand of participating member states. We just mentioned pan-European list and member states list. We need to think that we need to combine and to understand demand of member states. And it's urgent need, because otherwise without possibilities to assess demand, you see, you have now no chance to plan, to see, and how to move forward. And finally, to support diversification of supply chains. It means that we need to guarantee that EU will see broad international arrangement and where you can diversify, what you can find, because Europe is not fortress. We need to be open, we need to see, and of diversification requires a lot of international diplomacy in a way to address the supply chains.
Thank you, thank you very much. Mr. Becker, do you want to give a key priority to the future?
I wanted to be super short and pick up on your political slogans and say, yes, we can. Pick up the tools, do it and use them. But I do have to say a little bit maybe on the tools, because you highlighted the facilitating investment. What is that? It can be many things. It can be speedier regulatory approvals. It can be support from Monica and her colleagues. It can be financial support, a lot. And it's much more than just the facilitation of investments. Let's start using the smart, let's be smarter in procurement. So my final word would really be, it's absolutely possible. Let's start.
So many more questions, but it was very interesting. So a big applause to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we now move on to the last panel discussion of the day. Thank you. So, thank you for staying with us. Our next panel is about shaping the future of Europe's pharma and biotech. And it's supported by FPA, for which we are very grateful. Europe once led the world in medical innovation. Today, fewer new treatments, fewer clinical trials, less investment, and so on. So the question is, will Europe buy what others invent? Or will we lead the next wave of innovation? So this panel is about how we make Europe the best place to discover, develop, and deliver the next wave of breakthroughs. So let me present the panelists to you. Please join me on stage as I introduce you. First up, Mr. Arjan van Hengel. He's the Deputy Head of Unit of Health Innovations and Ecosystems at the European Commission's DG RTD. Welcome, Arjan. Joining him is Mr. Tomislav Sokol, Member of the European Parliament and part of the SAND Committee. Welcome, MEP Sokol. And next we have Daniel Brady, Senior Policy Analyst for the Social Europe and Wellbeing Program at the European Policy Center. Welcome. Danielle, do I pronounce it correctly?
correct.
Yes. And Roberta Savli, Executive Director, Public Affairs at FPA. Welcome also, Roberta. It's great to have all of you with us, so let's dive straight in. And my first question is immediately for you, Roberta. What are the key challenges Europe is facing in maintaining its global competitiveness in the life science sector? Yeah, can you give me a few examples of challenges?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Maybe? Yes, good. So, can actually start with a positive note rather than on the challenge. Because I think we need to be reminded every time that we were recognized by Draghi only a few months ago as a strategic sector for Europe. So I think this is a key message that we all should remember when we have this type of discussion. Let's make sure that we are still, in a few months, considered the strategic sector for Europe. But then, indeed, let's deep dive on the challenges. And I think that I would like to identify a couple, maybe three. One actually deals with the regulatory framework, because for several reasons, we have a regulatory framework, which is low and outdated. We discussed earlier the pharma legislation, the revision of the pharma legislation, which is trying to tackle some of those issues, in particular when it comes to the European Medicines Agency, streamlining, reducing the timeline assessment, use of flexible pathways, sandboxes, and so on. But it was also mentioned before by MEP Andrew Kaitis, the clinical trials regulation, which is also key and very important, and we are lagging behind. So first challenge, regulatory framework. Then I would say the second challenge is the fact that in Europe, we are a great continent, but we are not one single member state. We are composed of 27 different member states. So the fragmentation of the market is actually a challenge, because despite having, in the case of pharmaceuticals or biotechnology, one central authorization system, we still have 27 different member states with different healthcare systems and with different levels of spendings. And why do I say that? Because it has an implication. It has an implication for access to funding. It has an implication for innovation clusters, which are key. And then maybe one last challenge, allow me. And the last challenge is the fact that recently we have seen more and more legislations which had an honorable intent, which was to tackle environmental sustainability, which we all commit, and we are behind that cause, let me underline that. But the unintended consequences for our sector sometimes was not as good, and in particular, it has implications when it comes to producing medicines on Europe. And this, notwithstanding, we have heard it before, the strong political commitment to have actually Critical Medicines Act within the first 100 days of this commission. So voila, there are a few challenges, and then let's not forget, those challenges are actually exacerbated by the current geopolitical landscape. We have on the one side of the ocean, the US threatening to put tariffs on pharmaceuticals. On the other one, China, who is growing from manufacturer to a true powerhouse. So it's really the moment for Europe to be acting, and to be acting soon and fast.
Yeah, thank you, Roberta. It accelerated a lot in the last months. Mr. Van Hengel, can you share with us how Europe aims to address these challenges, especially now they are becoming very urgent, and are we moving in the right direction?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the invitation, especially inviting me on the 20th of May, which I realize is International Clinical Trial Day. So that's, of course, very relevant. And clinical trials is one of the areas that I would like to speak about, because we have to face our challenges, we have to take them very serious, but we also have to make use of the opportunities that we have in Europe. And I think it's the fact that we need to focus on both of them. So if I'm thinking about clinical trials, then in Europe we try to really advance in that area with different initiatives. So for instance, there's the ACT EU initiative, which is really geared to accelerate clinical trials in Europe. It's actually a collaboration between the European Medicine Agency, the head of medicine agencies of the national medicine agencies, and the European Commission. So that's one element. And of course we have the legislation was already discussed extensively before, where we have, of course, the pharma package, where on the side of innovation, the regulatory sandboxes are very important. We're also looking, of course, into the clinical development of novel technologies. So there again, you need to have that possibility to have a certain amount of flexibility in the legislation. I'm thinking about advanced medical technologies, for instance. Now, if we were looking what we're doing at the side of funding, then we try to complement that. So there is in the call that was released just about a week ago of Horizon Europe, there's one call topic on the research and innovation in the production of ATMPs. So that is one element that supports there. We also have the biggest call topic actually in the area of health is on advancement of biotech solutions, which is supporting clinical trials, phase 1, phase 2 clinical trials, where at least 50% of the money has to go to SMEs. And it's looking for small consortia where you combine, of course, the expertise of SMEs with also expertise of other experts in that area. So you get funding for up to 5 different participants within such a consortia. And then, last but not least, we're also working together with the industry in the Innovative Health Initiative, where we're combining the forces again of the industry, research and innovation, with academic research and innovation, bringing that together, moving forward in several different areas. If I just take one example on clinical trials, there is a project, I don't know if it's alive already or it's in the making, on supporting recruitment and retention in clinical trials, again an important element. So there are many examples to show you in which direction we're taking things forward. But of course the important thing is to look at the whole value chain. If you're from the European side, invest in research. In the early stages you also need to have the possibility of these products to reach the finish line and to reach the market and to be of benefit for the patients.
Yeah. You mentioned several initiatives. Will they make Europe a hub for innovation in the future? Will that be enough?
That's definitely the goal, and we have several initiatives in the making. So there's the Biotech Act that was mentioned already before, which is of course trying to make use of the potential that we have in biotech, where we're working together. I'm working a lot together with my colleagues in DG Santé on that. We also have the life science strategy, which is being developed, which has the goal to make Europe the most attractive region in the world for life sciences. There's a start-up and scale-up strategy in development, also looking, of course, into the smaller actors that have then a possibility to grow and to flourish in this ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you very much. That brings me to you, MEP Sokol. So there are many initiatives going on, and sometimes, on a personal note, I'm struggling with all of these initiatives. How do they work together? And if we say simplification in Europe, why do we have so many? And also, do they tick the box of competitiveness?
Yeah. Okay, it's working. Yes, thank you very much. It's a very good question. I mean, to be honest, these pieces of legislation did not came as part of one big plan. Because we first had the pharmaceutical legislation, which started in the previous mandate with one set of goals and measures. Maybe all goals are there, but measures maybe not all aligned in the same direction. Because there I think the bigger focus was actually access, so the equality of access, and of course trying to combine this with competitiveness, because I think what the Commission has actually tried to do, since they cannot revise the Transparency Directive, which is 35 years old because member states don't want it, they try to incorporate the question of equal access into the pharmaceutical legislation, which maybe I'm not sure whether it's the best instrument. So that's the reason why in the pharmaceutical legislation we've had 2 years already negotiations in the Council. We did our part 1 year before, but in the Council 2 years, because it's the question of finding the balance between competitiveness on one side, the incentives, and access on the other, and also interests of the innovative industry and generic industry. Now the focus is now in the next mandate with the new Commission. The focus has shifted a bit. Now is the question of competitiveness is more pronounced, but also the security of supply, but also trying to do something in relation to equality of access. This is why we have joint procurement in the Critical Medicines Act. And I came to the end of your previous discussion, Critical Medicines Act. So I think this is also important. I'm the I was recently appointed the rapporteur for that file, so this is also something that I will be working on in the future. And now we have the Biotech Act, which should create this whole ecosystem of stimulating the production, innovation industry in Europe, scaling up, facilitating research, innovation, etc. And also to answer your question, maybe it's not only the question whether we buy something that the others innovate, but it's the question whether somebody else commercializes what we innovate, what we invent. So because that's also one of the problems. So all of these things can be complementary, but they were definitely not part of some big overarching systematic plan, but they came in because of this different, they were made in different time with different commissioners, with different priorities in mind, but now it's our job to try to get them all complementary to work, for all of them to work together.
Yeah, I wonder, is someone checking this? Maybe Roberta, do you want to comment? Oh, sorry, you were just taking water. Shouldn't there be like coordination?
Well, actually, this is a very good question because this is probably the number one call for action from FBA. I mentioned that one of the challenges is actually the fact that we have sometimes not necessarily coherence of different legislations. So what we published the strategy 1 year ago, more or less, just before the parliament election. And what we were calling was for the establishment of something like an office for life sciences, for instance, that could actually do this coordination or overviewing. Doesn't need to be an office. It can be like in the commission you have the AI office, but something like that. Someone or an office, a group of people that actually make sure that we have this coordination, this coherence, because it's key. Without coherence, we're not going to go anywhere. And we are seeing the proliferation of omnibuses. But we could avoid these omnibus if in the first place we would have better coherence with these different legislations.
Do you want to further comment on that, MEP Sokol?
Yeah, the simplification and better coordination is definitely the objective. I think that can be achieved now that these two pieces of legislation are already here. Of course, this can be done also through the legislative process, and now of course it's up to the Commission for the Biotech Act to complement it. But I don't think that this is necessarily the most important topic. What I think is crucial is the Europe's position in the global setting, and I think here definitely what the recent months have shown us that actually there is global competition is getting brutal, and in terms of we have several problems. So in terms of innovative medicines, it's true that for instance we have surplus when compared to the US, but when you look at the actual new developments, the new innovation, etc., we are lagging behind more and more, and our share in terms of innovation, global share is diminishing. So that is definitely also true. On the other side, on the side of for instance, of generics, of antibiotics, etc., here we are more dependent on imports from other countries like China, India, etc., and in many cases we are dependent on one supplier. So there are different things that we need to resolve. So we need to be competitive on one side, but also we need to build our strategic autonomy, which is not necessarily the same thing. Because you can be, sometimes you are more competitive if you outsource all of your production to India or Vietnam or wherever, and then you have bigger profits. But of course, in the long term, and in terms of if there is a crisis, we show that it is crucial where actually the production is. Remember beginning of COVID, when it had, especially with certain vaccines, it was America first. It was UK first, etc. So definitely having this, especially strategic medicines production on your territory, or having supply chains which are maybe not all in Europe, but at least in countries which are geopolitically compatible with us and with our interests, I think it is also very important. And I think Critical Medicines Act goes in good direction in trying to achieve that. And we as DPP fully support the idea of stimulating production in Europe, of making procedures faster and more efficient, like permitting, etc., etc. Also strengthening possibilities for investments, both from private and public sources. And in general, we agree with that. On the other hand, we think that I agree with Andriukaitis on that, we will need more public investments as well from the EU budget. Because if we leave everything to the member states, to the state aid, then obviously the big member states will again concentrate everything into their production on their territory, etc., and then we'll have again big differences between different member states. So I think that we will have to have a more common European policy in general. Of course, we cannot have production of everything in all 27 member states, but we have to work more in the collaborative way. Have to work together, see that supply chains are also facilitated within Europe, So in different member states, and I think it's better to have at least one part of the supply chain in a member state, in the eastern member state of European Union than in a third country. So I think in that direction at least the priorities are set in a good way now. But of course the question is what to achieve it, and not to mention the trade policy, which is also a separate issue. But maybe we can come back to that a bit later.
Yes, sounds great. And Daniela, I want to hear from you also, from your perspective, what should happen first and urgent, what's really key at the moment?
I think what's clear and has been clear from the conversation so far is that we already have lots of levers in sort of to achieve and to improve EU's global sort of sitting when it comes to pharmaceuticals and biotech industry as well. But it's about making these things work together, as was mentioned as well, and also a prioritization of the upcoming legislation. So we have the Biotech Act, which will come later this year, and also the Life Sciences Strategy. So to also make sure the pharmaceutical industry as well has a prominent role and plays a prominent part in that strategy will be very important as well. And I think MEP Sokol mentioned that this mandate, there's been a shift in terms of sort of the narrative and the agenda and the importance of competitiveness, obviously and understandably, and Europe really needs to catch up in the gaps that have been created for many years. This is also, it's politically more important now, but it's also not a new conversation. We were also talking about this 2 years ago when the pharmaceutical package came around, but the urgency of it now is even greater than ever before. So I think that's important, and also with regards to the pharmaceutical package as well, getting that across the line is important. 2 years have passed already, so we have lots of time that needs to be caught up on that. So really prioritising, making those things work together, not just those health packages, but also different packages that have implications for the health sector, for the pharmaceutical sector, including environmental policies that were mentioned, trade policies. These things all kind of work together and can't be seen in vacuums or in isolation. So to make all the levers work together, I think there are lots of opportunities, lots of challenges, but lots of opportunities too.
And will it come in time, in your opinion?
I hope so. I think that urgency is there now. There are lots of conversations like these ones from the side of the Commission as well. You do see it, you feel it as well. So I hope so. I don't have a glass ball, unfortunately. It'd be very powerful if I did, but I really do hope so, because the alternative is too grim to even think about.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much, Danielle. Arion, there came a question for you from the room. In the field of pharmaceutical research and development, what DG RTD is already doing could do better or should start doing to promote the translation of fundamental research into innovative medicines? What can EU learn from the US and China to close the growing gap in advanced therapeutic innovation?
Okay, that's a mouthful. So what are we doing already? We have a whole scala of actually instruments. So that goes to support to individual researchers who might start with a novel idea on a new therapeutic development. So it is in that area, for instance, that we support that. Then we support projects that are across countries, so transnational projects through our program, which can also support industry in a competitive area. So that also supports, for instance, clinical trials and development of therapeutics in a consortia, where you just combine the brains of different research groups to advance. Then what I mentioned before is the Innovative Health Initiative. So that is the collaboration between the European Commission and the industry, where they're working together, and we're providing actually funding to academics and small and medium-sized enterprises to work together with the industry that brings in their own assessment and their own resources. And here I want to mention that this is functioning in a pre-competitive area, but if we want to build a competitive, strong Europe, you also have to invest into the earlier stages. So you have to build a strong foundation, and that's exactly what we are doing. So under the Innovative Health Initiative, we're trying to advance the research in a certain area, so that actually building on that, you can build competitive projects that then come to fruit afterwards. So it's a whole series of activities that we're providing here in the area of pharmaceutical development. But what I also want to mention is healthcare, because it has been mentioned in this event before. So there's an enormous pressure on healthcare, and what we need to do there is also get innovation into healthcare, and that's not always so straightforward because we have different national systems there. We have different...
About adoption?
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So for that we're working together with member states in a co-funded project. So that's a large project where the member states are funding and the Commission is co-funding there, where one of the key elements that they're developing is a knowledge hub. So where you can really put in that knowledge on how to advance, how to implement research and especially innovation into the healthcare systems, so that countries and regions can learn from each other. And I think that's a very important aspect. So it's not only, look, we've done this and it works great, but also, look, we stumbled into this problem and this is how we try to solve it. And I think that's the learning exercise that we need, because we need to invest in these healthcare systems and we need to get the innovation in there to benefit the patients and to also try to reduce the pressure on the systems.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, I'm personally very worried with the list of investments. I started the list with investments in the US, both on R&D and in manufacturing. So you really see that Europe is being outpaced in R&D investments. So what will it really take to close this widening gap, and are we doing enough, Roberta, to really invest?
What I used to say is that, and probably you don't know, but in the early 90s, Europe was actually investing more than the United States. Early 90s, not even, 30-something years ago. And then the gap grew from 2 billion differential at the beginning of this century, and now it's 25 billion. So indeed, you're right. There is this gap declining and worrying decline. What can we do? So I mentioned this strategy that we published last year. I will not go again on the topic of coherence because we have briefly touched upon that. But maybe a couple of things. I think one very important was that in Europe, we are great at basic research. We actually have great universities. 43, almost half, out of the 100 best universities when it comes to life sciences are in Europe. It's a huge number, right? But then when you look at transforming this basic research into innovation for patients, we are not as good. So when it comes to the so-called translational index, we score actually way worse than the United States or China, for instance. And how can you do that? It was mentioned in one of the panels before. We need to close the innovation and the funding gap. So especially if you are an SME or a small biotech, you have 5 times less access to capital here in Europe compared to the United States, for several reasons. One being United States less risk averted than we are here in Europe, right? But still, it's 5 times less. And we should try to close that as much as possible. And then maybe the other sector, the other priority I would like to underline is that we also need to create the right ecosystem for everything, for research here, but also for production here, which was discussed earlier with the Critical Medicines Act, and also you mentioned MEP Sophie. So we need to create this ecosystem. And as part of that, maybe I would like to mention 3 things. One is, once again, clinical trials, a truly harmonized clinical trial system, and indeed today is the International Clinical Trial Day, so let's maybe hope for a plea all together for this to happen in the next month. And the second one is digitalization. Also, there was an entire session, an entire panel on AI. I think digitalization of the systems throughout Europe is also very important when speaking about modernization of the health systems. And then last one is investment in innovative manufacturing, which also means green technologies and everything related to that, and ideally use also of certain funds for these type of things, investment also in infrastructure that could potentially help also have a better ecosystem for clinical trials.
Yeah, these are quite a lot of things, and what comes to my mind is really the funding gap. I heard 2 weeks ago at a major life science conference, really biotech companies talking about this funding issue. It's really a big issue. What can we really do about this? Or maybe Arion, do you have mentioned a few initiatives, but how can we really get this right?
Yeah, so that's of course one of the things we are looking at, but this is something that is not straightforward, because the situation with 27 countries is always going to be different than the situation in one single country. But nevertheless, I think that we should try to make the development more attractive and more a suitable regulatory system that is maybe solving some of the problems that we're running into right now. So that is the thing, making it here more attractive. So there's not a purse that we have in the Commission that we can open and double or triple the amount of funding. But if the execution of that kind of research is more attractive here, then of course you will also get additional funders that are more willing to invest in it. So, for instance, I had a discussion not too long ago with somebody working in VC in the US, who said, okay, if I compare the two areas, if I want to start a clinical trial, that goes much faster in the US. If I want to find all the patients, that actually goes much faster in Europe, because there it's more well organized, you get the networks and so on. So we have advantages, and there we should build upon that and try to strengthen that even more. And then, again, if it's more attractive, people are more willing to invest in it.
Yeah, that's fair.
If I may, from the Parliament side, so I think things are pretty clear. I think it's not rocket science, as some would say. So we need to simplify. We need to simplify regulation to stimulate investments. That's GPL should do part of it. Also part of Critical Medicines Act, like for instance this single points of contact and faster permitting for development of building new factories, etc., new production facilities. And the idea of the Biotech Act is to stimulate what I also said in the beginning. It's the problem is that we invent and then somebody else buys it off and commercializes it. So here and that's true. So we are definitely more risk averse than the US. But just sources of capital which are existing in the US, like venture capital, are just not there in Europe. But here, from a regulatory perspective, we can do a lot. EU can do a lot in terms of stimulating investments. For instance, easing up giving more flexibility for instance, pension funds to invest, to be less rigid, to give them more freedom to invest in things like this. So really, it's also leveraging public funding to stimulate private capital investment. So really, a lot can be done there, and we can mobilize a lot of private funding with not that much public funding, I think. So definitely by better regulation, more flexible regulation, more stimulating regulation, but also with some financial incentives from the public purse, including the European Union, I think that we can do a lot there. Also simplification, clearer regulation, more harmonized regulation, for instance, on clinical trials, because it's not just the question that it's complicated, that it's not harmonized, but that it's also clinical trials are concentrating in 3 or 4 biggest member states, which also is a big problem. So if you're a patient from a small member state, being part of clinical trials is almost impossible for different reasons. And I think we can do that actually. We can simplify and make clinical trials regulation more harmonized without jeopardizing the ethical rules and standards that we have in the European Union. Because I think that we should, when you said what can we learn from the others, I think there are some things that we can learn from the others, like for instance from the US in terms of raising capital, but I don't think that we should maybe learn everything and copy everything from China in terms of ethical standards, privacy and data protection and things like that. So I think that here we should maintain certain standards. And also one thing that is very important is the potential of data. And I think European health data space, if it is implemented in the right way, can really untap the potential of much more health data than is available anywhere in the EU. If it is organized in the right way, it's structured in the right way, if the data holders are incentivized to actually really structure and provide this data free of charge, then we can really make health data kind of a public domain. Of course, if certain conditions are met to use it, but definitely there can also be a big competitive advantage of European Union when compared to the others. So I think that we are not that weak. I think we have many competitive advantages. For instance, like the very strong basic research, which is also funded to a large extent from the EU, from the Horizon program, which I'm glad that the Commission President today said that it will remain as a separate funding program. It's also a step in the good direction. They should do the same with health program, but we'll continue to push on that. So definitely, I think if we just make So if we implement the health data space, if we simplify clinical trials regulation, if we simplify all of the administrative procedures and obstacles which are not always necessary to get medicines faster to the market, also medical devices as well, and if we create the right system of incentives and also make it possible to raise more private investments into the sector, I think that we can really make big difference without jeopardizing all the basic values that our health systems are based on.
Do you want to add something, Danielle?
Yeah, quickly, just to add and to build on what was mentioned by all three of the speakers here, is I think a lot of the time we do focus on the challenges, of which there are many, but building on what MEP Sokol said as well, we also need to champion what our sort of unique selling points are, what we can offer in Europe as well. So not to, while also working to mitigate the challenges and keeping that as perhaps the number one priority, to also celebrate the things that we do have that does make them in terms of innovation. I think building on that as well, the European Health Data Space is a perfect example of that. It's the first of its kind in the world. So we really should champion that and also work with member states as well to ensure that across the 27 countries, health systems will be ready and prepared, because the health data space is great on the paper it's written on at the moment, but it's only as good as its implementation. So to ensure that health systems are ready and able to sort of realise the potential that it offers, and also the importance of good data as well and representative data as well, and maybe just building something in terms of clinical trials as well. And I think you mentioned recruitment as well, to ensure that representation in clinical trials is also continues to be a priority, particularly when we come to representation in terms of gender as well and women's representation. And that's probably also another area, and perhaps for a discussion for another day as well, but also looking at women's health as an area of innovation as well. It's a really untapped resource, and unfortunately it means that we have unmet health needs for half of our population in Europe as well. But when you look at the potential that as well there as well in terms of research and innovation, it's really an area where increased funding is needed as well and could offer much potential.
Yeah, a related question. Does Europe do enough for these unmet medical needs? Are we focused enough on what the real needs are? Do you have a view on that?
Well, the unmet needs I was referring to was the gender divide and the sort of inequity that exists there. Currently, I don't think there is enough being done. I think there is a lot more momentum around the topic at the moment. We've seen in the roadmap for women's rights that was recently published that there is a push. Women's health was also included in that, particularly around research and innovation as well. I know RTD does quite a bit of work in promoting funding and research around this, but much more is needed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Sokol, there's a question for you on AMR, antimicrobial resistance, kills close to 40,000 people every year. Do you see political appetite in the Parliament to defend during the upcoming trilogue on the pharma package the introduction of the TV, to promote R&D of new antibiotics?
Yes, so a very controversial topic, one of the most divisive ones in the Parliament. Our position was to defend the voucher. The TV is the transferable voucher. That's what it's referring to. Our position was to defend it because our position was that maybe it's not perfect, but we don't have a lot of alternatives. What we did in the end was, and from some political groups, I will not name them, but those more to the left of us, were from the start very, very negative towards that. They wanted to solve everything by public funding, which I think is great, but of course the question is where to find the money for that, especially now in the context of new 7-year budget, where it's a big question what will be the role of the health. We'll fight for it, but with all the new priorities, the military industry, etc., so it will be hard. So I think the end result is good. The end result, I mean, of the Parliament's position. So we keep the voucher. We add some additional conditions to it, so that and the main condition, the main purpose, and there is to make sure that it actually results in the creation, development of the actual medicine available to the patient. So that's the idea, that it's not just something that is traded, etc., where somebody makes a profit on it, but that in the end there is no end result for the patient. So I think that we accomplished that. We combine push and pull incentives, so we add also this public funding as well to some extent. Again, we'll see what the sources of that will be. But I think in principle what we have now in the Parliament's position is pretty good. I think it's, as I said, combination of different types of incentives, and definitely we'll insist to keep this concept there, because okay, if we get rid of it, okay, fine, but give us an alternative. And I don't see real alternative which can substitute for this. So I think this combination of factors, which also includes voucher, with these additional conditions to make sure that that actually medicines get to the patients in the end, I think that's the most balanced approach. So we will definitely defend that in the trialogue as well, whenever that happens.
Just on that, I wanted to add a couple of points, because I think the discussion around the voucher has been too much focused on the costs, potential costs that it has on the healthcare systems. But sometimes we don't realize that there is a cost only associated if we get a novel antibiotics on the market. And this is not the case for others, for instance, funding available there. So if we get a novel antibiotic, yes, there is a cost, but we will get a novel antibiotic. And I don't know if you know, but the last time that we had the novel antibiotic developed was in 1984, 41 years ago. So we actually need to have something.
Yes, and it needs to come from Europe, right?
Yeah, yes, because otherwise at member states level, there is again the fragmentation that I've mentioned at the beginning, and it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and there are innovators, I think, working on it in Europe. Do you know about this, Mr. Van Hegel?
Yes, I know, because I was previously policy officer for antimicrobial resistance, so this is the area where I feel very much at home, to be honest. It's a very difficult area because there's no functioning market here, and that's the problem, and therefore we have to come in with public money also. But there are limits to what you can do with public money, and if it's not attractive to really cross the finish line there, then we invest in it in the research and development, but we do not really get the benefit. So for that reason, many economics have looked into that. You need to have this combination of push and pull incentives. So then, of course, the Commission has proposed this transferable exclusivity voucher, which actually also takes into account that if you get such a new antibiotic on the market, the healthcare system will benefit from that. You will get your savings there because you don't have the additional complications because of resistance. So somewhere then, of course, the healthcare system also has to chip in on these advancements. We really need to have these new antimicrobials.
Yeah, it's really urgent. And then before we go to the closing remarks, still a pressing question for MEP Sokol, and I don't want to duplicate our earlier session on the pharmaceutical legislation, but where is it going to land on the incentives discussion?
Yeah, I think incentives and access are definitely intertwined. So I think this is definitely connected, and the one will not be resolved without the other. So what I can say, I think it will probably, the end result will be somewhere close to the Parliament's position. So of course I'm maybe not objective there, I'm a bit biased, but I think that will be the end result, because the whole thing was, as I said, so the question of incentives, the idea to reduce the baseline and then to provide additional incentives for achieving certain other objectives. In principle, modulation is fine, but for us, especially in the global context, so maybe if we were in a vacuum without foreign competition, okay, we can reduce the baseline incentives, no problem. But where we have to compete with the others, and where there is very aggressive competition, and the competition from the US will be even more aggressive, not to mention China. So I think reducing the incentives is really not a good direction to go. Also, okay, I understand there are the problems for the healthcare systems. I come from a smaller Eastern European country, so you know what kind of a strain it is for the budget. So the idea is, okay, let's keep them as they are, where they are now, provide additional incentives in those areas where needs are the biggest. And here, for instance, I think I was personally in favor of providing additional incentives and tying them with production and development in Europe. And I think in the new context that there is, probably this will also be a direction to take. On access, as I said, the problem was that since the Commission did not have other possibilities to tackle the access, like for instance the Transparency Directive, even though I think the Commission can do better with actual implementation of the Transparency Directive. So that's the directive which sets the procedures for the national systems when they make reimbursement decisions, so which is in itself a national competence, but EU determines the procedure, the principle of non-discrimination, so that you have to treat domestic production for other member states equally, and it sets deadlines. And maximum deadlines for making these decisions on the national level, according to the directive, is 180 days, 90 plus 90. But in many cases, it's just not implemented, and here the Commission, I think, can play a role by actually controlling the member states a bit more there, I would say. But definitely, since there is no political appetite on the national level to revise the directive, when there was a try, it failed. So now let's put access here, which in principle is not a bad thing. I think the problem of inequality of access is an enormous problem. If you look, if you see the fact that 46 out of 48 new oncological medicines which are approved on the European level are available in the biggest member state, while only 3 in Lithuania, for instance, then definitely we have to do something about that. The Commission came up with this idea of tying it with incentives, but the way legally how they did it, I think, was not the best way, because in the end we had a situation that getting additional incentives was dependent on whether the national authorities will do their work in terms of pricing and reimbursement. And for some medicines, for instance, for rare disease, if they have only one patient or no patients at all, they are just not motivated to do that. So this is why the Parliament came up with this idea of not tying access with incentives, but saying, when there is a real need by the member state, they make a request, and within 1 year, the new medicine needs to be provided. And I think that the whole discussion, if they find a compromise, will go in the direction of not tying incentives with access, but actually making this kind of a legal obligation to provide new medicines. On incentives themselves, I think probably, I don't expect to be a major reduction in terms of the baseline. I think the modulation will go in the direction of stimulating production in Europe, which I personally have no problems with. So this is not something that I will personally be against, for instance, in the trialogue. And I think this will be the ballpark, yes. And of course, what was our concept in the Parliament? So if we protect the baseline incentives, we protect the innovative industry, stimulate innovation, but we also harmonize and maybe extend a bit the bowler exemption to make sure that the actual generics are really in all member states available right when the protection expires. Because we had a big fragmentation there, different interpretations, different implementations in different member states. So the idea is for the generic industry and also for access and for national budget to make sure that the generics actually get to the patients right away, that we don't have this kind of legal uncertainty that we had before. So I think that this will also be the ballpark. So I think that in the end, I think it will be possible to find a compromise, but I assume that if there is any compromises to be made, it should be close to the Parliament's position.
Yeah. Would you be happy with that, Roberta? And would incentives be, the right incentives be your number one priority if you need to name one?
Name one.
As a takeaway or a final message?
Okay, so incentives is definitely one priority. I would say maybe 3 priorities. Allow me 3 priorities. I'll be sure. But I'll start with the incentives, because I heard this afternoon, the word monopoly, for instance. What I think it's important to understand is that incentive is not IP, it's not a monopoly. IP actually protects the long, the risky, and costly process of developing a new medicines. It takes 12 to 13 years, over 3 million euros. Only 1 to 2 out of 10,000 new molecules will make it to the market. So IP is there for this, and it's the backbone of what we do. It's the backbone of our innovation. So if we don't have IP, we don't have innovation. I mean, this is number one priority that is important for all of us to remember. Then the second one is coherence of legislation, key. And as I said, very happy to see that there is this will to actually have simplification as a key priority for the European Commission. And then the third one, which I think is also very important, is rewarding innovation, or consider innovation not only as I said, as a cost, but as an investment. And again, I'm a woman. I think I'm speaking to the majority, if not all of the women here. HPV vaccination can eradicate cancer, cervical cancer. So we should all think about the opportunities that we have out there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Danielle, would you like to leave one key priority with the audience?
Yeah, I think we need to prioritize this in terms of global competitiveness, but also think about how competitiveness in terms of the pharmaceutical industry, the biotech industry fits into the overall competitiveness agenda at the EU level, how it fits into the security conversation, how it fits into the economic security conversation, that this is not a sideline conversation, but it's actually part of the bigger puzzle of Europe's competitiveness, its future and its ability to have its place on the global stage.
Yeah, thank you very much. MP Sokol,
Yes.
what will make Europe
great again? So definitely use our advantages that we have, and resolve the downsides that we also have. So I think we can do it. I think we can simplify legislation without jeopardizing safety and efficiency. I think that we can create an ecosystem which actually stimulates investments, both for public but also private sources. We have to make sure that there are not unnecessary obstacles, and also to utilize the potential of data that we have. And I think if we are able to achieve all of this, so simplification, the whole ecosystem, which stimulates innovation in Europe, and use all the potential of health data that we have to create to make health data a real public good, which is used for public interest. I think that we can become much better than much better than our foreign competitors. And also to be honest, I think in international trade we should really be very clear in defining our interests and not backing down, not retreating to somebody who is trying to use force to force us to do something, because I think that we are strong enough. I think we should not be afraid, that we should use our strengths to the fullest.
Yeah, that's a great to-do list. And you, Mr. Van Engel?
Yeah, I think if we have the objection to really make Europe great again in this area, we have to make sure that we're looking at the whole value chain. So we have to support research from the early stages till it actually reaches the patient, because we've been talking a lot about competitiveness and so on, but it's also, of course, to the benefit of our citizens and to the benefit of our patients. We want to have a competitive Europe, but also a very healthy citizen. So I think that's the ultimate goal. And then we have to see where can we make optimal use of the strong points that we have. The European health data space is going to be a great example there, with the use of the secondary health data, but we're also collecting more and more real-world evidence, real-world data, and so on. That comes into the picture, etc. So we have a whole series of novel technologies that are coming up, and we really have to make sure that we capitalize on that and make sure that we don't leave gaps, because if somewhere it gets stuck in the development chain, then we are investing our resources without getting the profit in the end.
Yeah, great. Now is, as in the last panel, the time to do it. Now we have all these great things in Europe, good science, good expertise, and so on. So it's really the moment. Sorry. Now, so we come to the end of this panel discussion, and I would like to thank all the panelists for their great insights. And I would like also to thank our sponsors, FPA and Zentiva. And I would like to invite you all to have a drink outside. And I hope to see you again at one of the next Euractiv conferences. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting discussions. A lot to work on.
It's hot here.
It's very hot, oh my gosh. Just wanted to say hi. Nice to meet you, Charlotte. Hi. Nice to meet you. It's very warm, oh my gosh. But it's everything, yeah, exactly.